never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
What do you say? Without further ado, time to get things rolling here. All right, made it through the hard part. Closing out a Monday, we will work our way into a Tuesday. Yeah, looky there. 22nd day of February. Does it really have any significance? Yeah, look at the numbers. They all align. It's 2/22 of 22. And this, well, what they're referring to as Tuesday with a TWO, as in the number 2, Tuesday, falls on a Tuesday, no less. Yeah, the number pattern does kind of stand out. Impossible to miss. It doesn't really mean anything, no. Judging by the thousands of commemorative products available online, you may think it is, but this date carries absolutely no historical significance or any sort of cosmic message. Then again, it may, in future years, maybe have some historical significance. And 2/22 of 22 may go down in the history books as the day the invasion of Ukraine got underway. Yes, we hear the headlines. For all practical purposes, they're saying it has begun. A lot of developments over the past day. Hey, we'll delve into that as we get rolling here. But first of all, we always check on our travelers' weather, and this is storm system number 1 of what will be a 2-system week. Going to be a busy weather pattern throughout the upcoming week as we look at the map. Areas of winter storm warnings. There's actually several counties under blizzard warnings tonight in that northeast corner of South Dakota. Widespread winter storm warnings for the south central and southeastern portions of North Dakota, right through the heart of Minnesota into northwestern Wisconsin. Widespread winter weather advisories then encompass pretty much all of Wisconsin, a good portion of the UP of Michigan, much of Iowa, pretty much all of South Dakota. Eastern Nebraska is in the mix. Back over into the Rockies, you've got winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings from southern Wyoming, western half of Colorado, through much of Utah. Winter storm warnings in southern portions of the state, winter weather advisories in northern Utah. Even going to be looking at some winter storm warnings down into central portions of Arizona with this storm. That's the wintry side of winter storm, or storm system number 1, I guess we'll call it. Oh, and by the way, right through the heart of Michigan, ice storm warnings. Like I said, there's a little bit of everything, because tonight we've also got severe thunderstorm watches, tornado watches, flood watches. Going to be a busy week. As far as the ice is concerned, significant icing expected, total snow and sleet accumulations up to an inch. Ice accumulations anywhere from 0.2 to as much as a half an inch. That's where you start getting the real issues with power outages. So that's, let's see, for northern portions of lower Michigan until the midnight hour Tuesday night. Power outages, tree damage likely due to the icing. Travel will become nearly impossible. And these hazardous conditions are going to be pretty much all day, the morning commute and the evening commute through central portions of Michigan. Let me see. We're talking like Frankfort, Traverse City, Michigan, Grayling, Michigan, Cadillac to Lake City, Houghton Lake, West Branch. Yeah, all that region through central portions of the state. So as I said, we've got a pair. This is number 1 of what will be 2 systems that are going to take different tracks, bringing a wide variety of impacts. Snow, ice, rain for the central and eastern portions of the country this week as the week progresses on. Both of these systems are going to cause their own fair share of travel disruptions. AccuWeather's chief on-air meteorologist Bernie Rayno says they're not identical, but more like fraternal twins. Impacts from storm system number 1 already began to unfold Monday morning with heavy rain and thunderstorms in eastern Texas over into Alabama. Severe weather, including the risk of isolated tornadoes, will unfold from central Texas to central Missouri overnight tonight. I'm looking at the tornado watches. That's southeastern Oklahoma, east central Oklahoma, and much of the northern portions and even central portions of Arkansas. Let's see how late into the evening these go. Will they continue right on through the through the overnight hours until 4 a.m. Central Time? That'd be 5 a.m. Eastern Time. So that is a tornado watch. Haven't seen a lot of tornadic activity just yet. We had one tornado warning there in southern Oklahoma here a couple of hours ago. At this moment in time, we're just seeing a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings coming out of this system. That could change. These volatile storms will target portions of from Texas to central Missouri. Now, overnight, southern Louisiana, Mississippi, through the day Tuesday into Tuesday night. On the northern side, a.k.a. the colder side of the storm, could be talking up to a foot of snow for some. Up to a half a foot of snow has already fallen in parts of the Dakotas this past day. More is on the way. Accumulating snow expanding along the heavily traveled roadways from Montana all the way over to portions of Wisconsin and Michigan, Interstates 90 and 94. Now, they do tell us at least 6 were injured during a multi-vehicle pileup on I-94 with whiteout conditions. According to the Grand Forks Herald, over a dozen vehicles involved, multiple tractor trailers there. Generally speaking, we'll be looking at 6 to 12 inches of snow from the Dakotas all the way to northern Michigan. A broad area that will include the cities of Minneapolis and Fargo, North Dakota, Duluth, Minnesota. You're going to get maybe 1 to 2 feet of snow out of this system. Now, what snow's already fallen was considered to be a bonus. The second round of accumulating snow will spread over much of the same areas overnight tonight into Tuesday before winding down early Wednesday over the upper Great Lakes. Yes, there will be a zone of ice and a wintry mix extending from parts of Iowa and northern Missouri, northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, and parts of the lower peninsula of Michigan. Overnight tonight, the icy accumulation then forecast to spread into northern portions of New York and New England later Tuesday into early Wednesday. System number 1 is going to bring rain from Detroit to Pittsburgh, New York City, and Boston. Just enough cold air may sneak into Chicago with the tail end for wet areas to freeze up later today. System number 2, the second of the twin storms, is going to track a bit further south and east than this first storm. And cold air is going to be pulled southward as we look toward midweek. Since the second storm will be a much colder system, the impacts from snow and ice will occur much further to the south in the central and northeastern portions of the country, from the mid-Mississippi Valley to the Ohio Valley to the mid-Atlantic. Big drop in temperatures will be coming ahead of system number 2. For example, Indianapolis, 60 degrees. You saw that this past day, and that's going to continue for your Tuesday. But by Wednesday and Thursday, your high temperatures probably no better than the lower 30s. New York City, after temperatures in the mid-60s on Wednesday, temperatures will be slashed by 25 to 30 degrees Thursday. You may hover within a few degrees of freezing by Thursday night. Now, how extensive the wintry precip and slippery conditions become in these cities, as well as others in that wintry mix zone, that's going to depend on temperatures, whether they hover a little above or a little below that 32 degrees at the height of system number 2. Second storm will have a much larger and extensive zone of ice, sleet, and freezing rain that's going to stretch from central Texas all the way to southern New England between Wednesday and Friday. Cities lined up to be impacted by that include Dallas, all the way to Pittsburgh, New York City, and Boston. Anywhere from a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice Yeah, that glaze. Areas that cover about 1,700 miles, and some of the ice may fall in the form of sleet. Much of the zone may only have sporadic power outages, some minor tree damage. However, a heavier amount of freezing rain would obviously cause more tree damage, more widespread power outages from north central Texas, northwestern Arkansas, southern Missouri. This second storm is going to bring a significant amount of snow from central Oklahoma to northern and central New England. Even though sleet may cut down on some of the accumulations in part of that zone, they will be talking about 3 to 6 inches of snow from central Missouri to northern Ohio and southeastern Michigan. That's going to be, again, Wednesday into Friday. Snow from that second storm will sprawl along a nearly continuous zone from the mountains of Southern California to down east Maine. We're talking nearly 2,700 miles. The heaviest snow from system number 2 will fall from the southern tier of New York to Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, northern Massachusetts. Yeah, a general 6 to 12 inches Thursday into Friday. They anticipate a pocket of 12 to 18 inches, even some 2 feet totals possible in parts of central and southern Vermont, into New Hampshire and northwestern Massachusetts. So obviously, disruptions to cross-country travel, shipping issues with snow and ice as these storms will pass over many stretches of west to east interstates, 40, 70, 80, and 90. Some of our north to south interstates, 25, 55, 65, 75, 81, and all the way over to the I-95 corridor. Now, it looks like the second storm's wintry precip is going to lead to some direct delays at some of the major airline hubs from Denver to St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh, New York City, and Boston. And in between, there would be hundreds of regional airports affected by this storm. As we are well aware, crews and aircraft become displaced. Scores of flights and cancellations are likely, especially for the latter part of this week, and the lingering effects will probably stretch right on into the weekend in the wake of that massive storm. Another major aspect of both storms is the heavy rain that could lead to small stream and river flooding, especially for parts of northern Louisiana, all the way into portions of Pennsylvania. In that zone, a general 2 to 4 inches of rain is likely to fall. They're telling us some locales could see 4 to 8 inches. By the time you combine both storms, areas that are kind of sandwiched in between could see 14 inches of rain, which is hard to imagine. Now, that rain is going to be on top of the 1 to 4 inches of rain that fell and combined with melting snow in parts of the Ohio Valley and the Central Appalachians late last week. Probably going to be talking about some of the major tributaries rising big time by the time these two systems are all said and done. So I look at flood watches here. Yeah, from Arkansas, southern Missouri, southern Illinois, the southern half of Indiana, northern Alabama, much of Tennessee, pretty much all of Kentucky, southern half of Ohio, western Pennsylvania, looking for the rains to really begin kicking. Now, as I look at the radar scene at this hour, we've got some shower activity from southeastern portions of Illinois. Not a whole lot going on there in Indiana, southern Indiana, but that's expected to fill in. Rain stretching from Chattanooga up into just east of Nashville. Get some heavier rains there in south central and up through central portions of Kentucky. Those rains will be pushing in to the Louisville to Lexington corridor during the overnight hours tonight. Some stronger storms. Now, this is the zone where we've got the tornado watch in effect overnight. Right now, the heaviest precip, south central and southeastern Oklahoma, Just beginning to see the rains crossing that line into western Arkansas. It's, again, the northern half of Arkansas that they're concerned about the possibility of tornadic activity even during the overnight hours tonight. So it looks like we do have, indeed, a lot to keep our eyes on. Do our best to keep you informed. Who we got checking in here on a Tuesday morning? Welcome in. Taco Tuesday morning from Zorro, checking in from Atlanta. Captain Ron on board. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. I'm off 3+ weeks for surgery. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss Home Compound in southwest Missouri. Hope all goes well with the surgery there, Lauren. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there. There's Larry, Jimmy Jammer again on board. Have a great morning out there. Miguel checking in. We've got 73 degrees here in West Palm Beach, Florida. I got put in Facebook jail last night, so I didn't get to check in. Wishing everyone a safe night. He's actually with us via YouTube this morning. Facebook jail. What did you do, Miguel? How dare you? All right, Captain Ron, what do you go? Let me say happy Tuesday, 2/22/22. It's the same forwards and backwards. Wonder how many people are going to get married today. That's a good question. Hadn't thought about that. See, a significant date on the calendar. Good morning, Steve. Tank on board. Happy Tuesday. Windy, 45 degrees here in Arizona tonight, just east of Flagstaff. Still rural and westerly bound. Everybody truck safe and have a great day. Hello from Southern California. There's one of our friends by the name of Steve checking in. Hello, Sylvester. A lot of things going on for sure. Yes, you're not kidding there. Well, hello, good evening, God's children. Rambler on board, headed northbound to Montgomery. In 2 weeks, I start my new route to the Big Easy, Crescent City, New Orleans, Louisiana. I'll check in later this morning. Right now, Rambler over and out. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Ron on board this morning. A great day, 2/22/22. Buckeye boy checking in from Birch Run, Michigan, where it's a brisk 31 degrees. Should be an interesting day weather-wise tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Santa Claus back on board. Top of the morning, Steve, 55 here at the Sharp Army Depot in Northern California. Be headed toward Nellis in a few hours. Santa Claus out. Norman checking in from north central Kansas there. 10 degrees, some light snow, northerly winds. I'm sitting at the home 20, stoking the fire. So, Norman, while you've got 10 degrees, we actually have 57 outside the secret bunker at this hour in Cincinnati, Ohio. Unbelievable. You notice? Hey, looky there. I've got short sleeve shirt on tonight. It's been a while since I've been able to bust out a short sleeve. Hello to Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, warm, clear night on I-81. We've got 56 degrees in Radford. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello to Mr. Q listening in. Josh is on board, a.k.a. the garbage throwing daddy checking in. Everybody drive safe. Have a great day. Looks like Rambler's boy is on board. Donovan McDaniel. Hey there. Donovan just checking in this morning. Michigan Madman on board. We just got through racing the super late models at the L.A. Coliseum. Kind of shaking off the rust. Next week, we start our racing season. Had a good night tonight. Was about the money. No points until next week, though. There's Miss Millie. Morning, Steve. All the listeners out there, 56 degrees. Out in the middle of the country, there in Foster, Kentucky. Everybody stay safe. Take care, Big John, and let's go, Brandon. Shorty, hi there, says me and Mama trucking to Orlando tonight. Pappy on board. 58 in Cincy, I'll take that. Along with the MRI results for Mercedes this past day. All good. Thumbs up, no spinal injury. They're now looking to go forward with therapy. Thank you to all. Good news. Thank you much, Pappy. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Underway, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get things rolling here on a Tuesday. If you look at some of the headlines via, like Drudge, like front and center headline. Headline number 1, it's on. Yeah, it's on. Defiant Putin orders troops into Ukraine. Plans military bases. Next headline, oil approaches $100. Next headline, United Nations emergency meeting, Moscow. Here's the headline from Reuters. Vladimir Putin ordering the deployment of troops to 2 breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine after recognizing them as independent this past day. This takes things to the next level, accelerating the crisis that we fear could unleash a major war. A Reuters witness saw tanks and other military hardware moving through the separatist-controlled city of Donetsk after Putin formally recognized the breakaway regions and ordered the deployment of Russian forces to, quote, he says, keep the peace. Now, about 5 tanks were seen in a column on the edge of town, 2 more in another part of town. According to the Reuters report, no insignia were visible on the vehicles. But the announcement from Putin drew United States and European condemnation, vows of new sanctions, although it's unclear whether this is Putin's first major step toward a full-scale offensive that we've been warning about for weeks now. The U.S. ambassador to the United Nations told an emergency meeting of the Security Council late Monday that Moscow's recognition of the breakaway eastern regions is part of their attempt to create a pretext for further invasion of Ukraine. U.S. diplomatic staff who had been moved from Kyiv to the western city of Lviv have now been ordered to spend the night in Poland as the crisis deepens. One senior U.S. official says deployment to breakaway enclaves does not yet constitute a further invasion that would trigger the harshest sanctions, as Russia already had forces there, but that a wider campaign could indeed begin at any time. So it gets kind of confusing. Has anything really changed? Does this really take it to the next level? Is it all just a game of cat and mouse? I don't have the answers to those questions. And maybe some of you have ideas of your own. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here. Lone Ranger going to be on board 2 nights in a row. Okay, if we can get through our news break, we'll get to Lone Ranger, Jolly Green Giant, and Room for You at 844-3388. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The Russian invasion of the Ukraine appears to be imminent after Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered troops into separatist regions of eastern Ukraine. The vaguely worded order signed by Putin gave the charge to maintain peace. The directive came hours after he recognized the separatist areas in a rambling hour-long TV speech. UN spokesman Stefan Dujarric said the UN Secretary General is concerned about the Russian move.
He calls for the peaceful settlement of the conflict in eastern Ukraine in accordance with the Minsk Agreement, as endorsed by the Security Council in 2015.
The UN Security Council called for an emergency meeting on the crisis. No trading took place on Wall Street due to the President's Day holiday, but as you can imagine, the Ukraine crisis is negatively affecting futures. This is USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard, I'm here with George D., a longtime user of Revive One. George, tell me, how has Revive One changed your life?
I've had some plantar fasciitis on the bottoms of my feet that have been really hurting. There wasn't anything that could relieve them quickly except for the Revive. Yeah, I've tried all kinds of other products that have been available. Well, I just want to say, with the Revive product, I can see almost an instantaneous improvement. It's a great product.
Not available in stores or on Amazon. Get yours factory direct at painfreeland.com. That's painfreeland.com. Use coupon code SAVE20 for 20% off and free shipping, pain relief, or your money back at painfreeland.com, or call 877-577-2289. Not available in stores or on Amazon. Painfreeland.com. Coupon code SAVE20. The active ingredient in Revive One has been shown to temporarily relieve pain associated with arthritis, muscle strains, sprains, and more. Use only as directed.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You
work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, just in about 3 minutes ago from the National Weather Service office, Tulsa, Oklahoma. There we go. Tornado warning. They advised we could see nocturnal tornadoes as we roll into Tuesday. This is LaFleur County in southeastern Oklahoma. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 7 miles south of Whitesboro, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Moving on. So tornado warning, quarter-size hail indicated with this particular cell as well. So other locations in the path would be Muse, M-U-S-E, Muse, Oklahoma, and Big Cedar, Oklahoma. All right, let's get to the calls here this Tuesday morning. What's going on, Lone Ranger? Good to have you with us.
Good morning. Steve, what is the significance of getting married on 2/22/22? What does that do?
I guess nothing. It's just a date, right?
Does that mean you're guaranteed not to ever get divorced? I mean, I don't know. Okay, let's get married on 2. Other than easier to remember your anniversary date, I don't get it. I don't know what that does for a marriage, getting married on 2/22/22. I guess it's cute, but other than that, I don't get it. Did you see the story about those exotic cars that burned up on that ship?
Yes, isn't that
off
something?
The coast of Portugal.
Lamborghinis, Porsches, Bentleys, unbelievable.
$155 million worth of cars on those 4,000 cars. Porsches, Lamborghinis. Now, I'm in the process of negotiating with a guy in California again on a vintage Corvette, and he is a wholesale dealer, and he was in line to score a whole bunch of trade-ins because he's right there where that boat was supposed to come to, and he missed out on the opportunity to buy a whole bunch of trade-ins that people were going to trade in on those exotic cars, and he's just totally devastated with that whole thing. It was a lot of cars supposed to come to his area, but I guess that's the way a cookie crumbles. Did you see the story? They showed a story about a new robot that Homeland Security is using down the border, and it climbs over rocks and whatnot. It goes places where humans can't easily go. I'm watching this thing. It runs for 4 hours and the battery goes dead. So now let's say you're an illegal and you're up in the mountains and the rocks, and here comes this robot, and it comes up there to detect you, and call in the troops. So you pick up this thing, pull a battery out of it, and throw it against a rock, and that's the end of it. But even if it did work efficiently, what good is it to detect where the illegals are and capture them if you're just going to let them go? Total waste of time. Total waste of money. What good is it to have the technology if when the technology works, you don't enforce the law? It makes no sense. We had to suffer another embarrassment. They sent Camelot over to Europe.
Yes.
Made a complete ass out of herself. She has no foreign affairs experience, knows nothing, made an ass out of herself with a comment she made about not having any conflict in Europe for 70 years. I don't know. She just made a complete fool out of herself. Another embarrassment. She would have accomplished more. Rather than sitting at the table, she should have been under the table. And she would have accomplished more under the table than she would at the table because she knows nothing. They're trying to make her look presidential in case Biden completely fades out. I mean, we already have a nursing home patient in the White House. I mean, how much longer this guy can go on, I don't even know. But she's next in line, so I guess they're trying to make her look presidential, but she just doesn't. She's not. She's way over her head, out of her league, and every time she goes out to speak, we find out why she was the first one to drop out of the campaign. Even the Democrats didn't want her. We have nobody to do anything. That's why Putin is so bold. He knows that he can do whatever he wants because we have a weakling in the White House, period. He's going to do whatever he wants to do. Now, how do you send tanks into an area to keep the peace?
Right.
What turmoil was there in the Ukraine before those tanks came in? I didn't hear of any turmoil. Did you? I didn't hear of any conflict. So what peace are they trying to keep? There was peace already. So the whole thing's a big hoax, but no matter which way it goes, Putin makes out. And this is where he's smart. Don't forget now, Putin, I mean, he makes Biden look like a lightweight. He's a former KBG officer. He's a smart guy, the cunning guy. And then you got, creepy Joe hair sniffer. That's what we got to offer. So he's just eating this guy's lunch. Now, if they invade, there may be some penalties, but let's just say, for the sake of discussion, this is just a big hoax. He's just playing with Biden a little bit, and he just eventually just pulls the troops out, which I don't think he's gonna, because they're actually staged for an attack. But if he does, if he pulls them out, look at the price of oil. Look at the price of energy. He's gonna make out. He's making more money just being there because the price of what he sells went up. And Germany has gotten weak because they need that pipeline. He has Germany wrapped around his finger because if he turns the spigot off, they don't get the gas. They just made an agreement with him to get gas from him because we shut down our pipelines. We probably could have supplied Germany, but we shut everything down because that was the political thing to do. And I am really sick of this high gas prices. I'm tired of it. Now, I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican. Even the hardcore Democrats, the most woke, politically correct jackass, is also filling up their tanks with this $3.75 a gallon gas. Now, are they not noticing the difference between the $3.75 gallon of gas and the $1.79 we had with the previous administration? If you're a Democrat, you don't notice that. There's still, I guess, 30-some% of people that support this guy 100%. And I haven't seen one of them on TV yet being interviewed. What of Biden's accomplishments are you proud of? I haven't heard one reporter anywhere on any news program ask a Biden supporter that question. What has he done that you're proud of and you think he's doing a good job? For what reason? The only thing I know of that Biden accomplished since he's been in the White House, he was the first president in their history of this country to fart in the presence of the Pope. In fact, he farted twice. That's his major accomplishment since he's been in office. He was able to fart in front of the Pope. Now, what does that do for the country? I think nothing. So it goes on and on and on and on. I don't know where it's going to end. Now, I was talking to this guy in California, talking on the phone, and I just missed a house in Arizona. It was only for sale for 2 days, and there was 2 people right on it. There's thousands of people flooding from California into Arizona. If you find a good deal on a house, you better find it within an hour after it's listed, because you're going to miss it if you don't. So I found this house. There was 2 people on it. It was only for sale for 2 days. And the one couple bailed out because the agent wouldn't represent them as buyers, because in Arizona you can't represent the seller and the buyer both. It's either one or the other, and they got mad, so they bailed out. So the guy who was number 2 in line was a cash buyer, and the seller of the house had a contract with him as a backup in case the first one's bailed out. But he offered less than full asking price. So I got a hold of this agent, and I said, look, I'm willing to pay full asking price for this house. I love the house. And she said, well, we have a contract with this guy, and he's going to get the inspection done. And if he's happy with the inspection, he has first dibs. So I found out today that I didn't get it. But fortunately, the agent that I hired, I had sent him $1,000 because that's what it would take to secure a contract for being, I was like the number 3 guy. So I said, look, he told me about a property that he knows of with a big garage, which is great for me. I mean, I'll sleep in a pup tent as long as I got room for my car. I don't care. I'll sleep on the ground. I'll take my saddle and put it up against a rock like the Cowboys used to do. So anyway, I still have a chance, but I'll probably be heading, I don't know tomorrow if I'm heading back to California and pick up another car. And then while I'm there, I need to get to Arizona and start looking around, because I am totally, totally disgusted with this whole Northeast. I'm just sick of it. So anyway, I guess that's about all I got. But I don't know where, Steve, I don't know where this is going to end. People, now they just had a report on the other day, rents have gone up so high that there are now people who can't pay their rent. They cannot pay their rent because of the increases, because, of course, a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck. So if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you don't have the extra money. And then when you add in the cost of gas to go to work, the groceries, the price for me to get my hair cut went up $3. Everything. See, what kills me, if you have a business and your cost increases, like say a restaurant, your cost of meat goes up, your chicken, your veg, whatever, you pass that on. You raise your price and you pass it on. So you still make basically the same amount of money because you've passed on the increase to the customer, the guy consuming the food. Big Oil does it. Restaurants do it. Stores do it. Everybody does it. They pass it on. But then when it gets down to the consumer, we can't pass it on. We have to eat it. And if you don't have the extra $5,000 that it's costing each individual to live under the Biden policies, suppose you don't have the $5,000 extra. Something doesn't get paid. So you have to make a choice. What are you not going to pay? I just paid $3.36 a gallon for heating oil. And my oil guy, who I'm friends with, he says, you wouldn't believe how many people are asking if they can make payments on their oil bill.
Yep.
Payments. I met a guy the other day, had a brand new Dodge pickup, pulls in a parking lot. I'm looking at this thing, nice truck. I said, look, it's none of my business. You can tell me so. But what did this thing cost? He goes, $82,000 for a pickup truck. I said, $82,000? I said, are you making payments on it? He goes, oh, of course I had to. He says his payment was $1,200 a month for a pickup truck. I said, buddy, That's a mortgage.
That's a mortgage and then some.
And now,
yeah.
Well, houses have gotten so high, they're so overpriced. I get in an argument. My friend has a real estate agency here in town. I argue with him all the time. He said, oh, the lenders are being very conservative. They're charging very low interest rates. I said, Ronnie, they have to. If they charge any higher interest, people wouldn't qualify for the loan. Don't you understand that? The house is overpriced by $100,000, and the lenders know that people, just like cars, the reason people lease cars is because they got so high priced, people couldn't qualify for the payment. You can only have so much debt to income ratio, and the lenders know how to calculate that. So this guy with this pickup, I said, what do you do with this truck that's worth $1,200 a month? You have a business? Do you ride? No, I like the pickup. So I said, you're just riding around waving to people, and it's costing you $1,200 a month to look like the cool guy on the block with this new Dodge pickup. So I don't get it. I would never, and if I had $1 million, I wouldn't pay $82,000 for a damn pickup truck. That is crazy. And it was a short bed. Couldn't even haul nothing in it. It was a 4-door short bed. So anyway, I'm holding you up too long here. Good to talk to you. I'll see you later on.
All right. Thank you. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. I found an interesting piece. Now, if this be true, for those who question, and I've had many ask, why does Ukraine matter? I mean, they're on the other side of the world, right? This is why Ukraine matters. It is the second largest country by area in Europe, by area, and has a population of over 40 million, more than Poland. There's a lot in the mix here. I probably won't go through all of them, but yeah, it's worth pondering. First in Europe, in proven recoverable reserves of uranium ores. Second place in Europe and 10th place in the world in terms of titanium ore reserves. Second place in the world in terms of explored reserves of manganese ores. 2.3 billion tons, or 12% of the world's reserves. Second largest iron ore reserves in the world. Second place in Europe in terms of mercury ore reserves. Third place in Europe, 13th in the world in shale gas reserves. 22 trillion cubic meters. Fourth in the world by the total volume of natural resources. Seventh place in the world in coal reserves. Ukraine is an important agricultural country, first in Europe in terms of arable land area. Third place in the world by the area of black soil. First place in the world in exports of sunflower and sunflower oil. Second place in the world in barley production. Fourth place in barley exports. Third largest producer and fourth largest exporter of corn in the world. Fourth largest producer of potatoes in the world. Fifth largest rye producer in the world. Bee production, wheat exports, chicken eggs, and it goes on and on. Ukraine can meet the food needs of 600 million people. It is an important industrialized country. First in Europe in ammonia production. Europe's second and the world's fourth largest natural gas pipeline system. Third largest in Europe, eighth largest in the world in terms of installed capacity of nuclear power plants. Third place in the world after U.S. and France in production of locators and locating equipment. Fourth largest exporter of turbines for nuclear power plants in the world. Fourth world's largest manufacturer of rocket launchers. They go on with clay exports, titanium exports. Exports of ores and concentrates. 10th largest steel producer in the world. These are why the independence is important to the rest of the world. Ukraine matters. Just thought I'd share that, but very interesting. Yes, and then they've also got a Black Sea port, right? Putin wants that. We're going to get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what else on the list here? About 5 before the hour, and our number, 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the Jolly Green Giant. Hey there, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I've got 3 things I want to talk about. First thing, I read an article about oil price, the oil by the barrel going up to $150 a barrel.
Yep.
And number 2, gasoline going as high as $7 a gallon. Now, that is 3 times what it was in the previous under Trump administration. 3 times. Okay? Now, why? Because they want us to buy electric cars.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And I'll be honest with you, the average electric car is anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 a year. I'll be honest with you, who in the heck can afford that? Who? I'm just curious. All right? Number 2, you're talking about Ukraine. You're talking about Russia and the UN. You know what Jolly Green's opinion is? Who cares? We just pulled our men and women out of Afghanistan. Why are we sending them back? And you're going to say the UN. Well, why is it? Are we the police of the world? I mean, we have a lot of problems we need to deal with right here in the United States. The poor, et cetera, and we're sending our men and women over there to Ukraine now. Why? It's just crazy. All right? So we get our people out of Afghanistan. We've been over there for what? 20 years over there in the Middle East. And now we're going to take it. We're going to go back and put our feet back into the fire again. That's ridiculous. Now, the reason I called, you posted something on the internet. I knew about it. My wife brought it to my attention about some idiot that dropped a handicapped child in Corrine Township.
Yes.
All right? A nonverbal child. And actually, you and I both agree. Yeah, you made a statement that this woman will probably get probation. Mine made the statement she needs to spend the rest of her life in prison. Now, I raised a handicapped child just exactly like that child that we're talking about. I know what it's like to raise that kind of a child and how many problems were involved. That child does not deserve to be treated like that. That woman there, to me, deserves the death penalty. That child there, in my opinion, was left to die, in my opinion. I mean, she endangered that child. She abandoned that child.
Yep.
In my opinion, she's nothing but a piece of trash and has no business breathing any air. And I apologize to Rambler and some of the Christians out there, but I got to be honest with you, I'm voicing my anger because I have a handicapped son. And by the way, I was in your area yesterday, Sunday, my son's 30th birthday, and I picked him up on Pippen Road, and him and I went to Culver's there in Tri-County, ate dinner, and I took him to Myers and gave him some money to go in there and buy whatever he wanted, and he came out with the new James Bond movie.
Oh, yeah?
That's what my son wanted.
Huh.
So I'm proud of my son. He's 30 years old now, works in a handicap factory. It's not exactly where I want him to work, but unfortunately, there's not really much I could do about it. But I wanted to voice my opinion about abandoning a child in as cold as it was.
Yes.
When that child was left there, which I think was last week.
Yep.
And I agree with you. They probably won't do much to her. You are right.
I mean, when you think about, I mean, people, I mean, when you get the animal rights, people, I mean, if someone were to throw if someone got caught throwing a dog out, out the door and just abandoning a dog, there are pretty strict penalties for that. I don't recall saying that she'd get probation, but I mean, I don't even think they've even found her yet. But the fact that I guess the mental stress got to her and she felt her only alternative was just dump the child. She drove like 75 miles from over in Indiana just to drop him off over here.
Okay, Steve, according to what I've seen on the internet, they've got her in custody.
Do they? Okay, because I had not seen the update on that. Okay.
Right. According to what I've seen, and my wife actually showed me the article, and to be honest with you, Steve, my question is how did they know it was her? All right. And according to my wife, also there was there was an warrant out for her arrest for something.
Okay.
So, the church, I agree with you. But here's a nonverbal child, flagging people down. Bless his heart. He deserves to live. I mean, God put him on here, and children, I don't care if they're handicapped or not, children are a gift of God, and we should treat children, we should be there to protect those children, just like we do our dogs and our cats.
Yep.
So I agree with the analogy that you use, but I'm sorry, I have to call in anger of how dare this woman treat a handicapped child like that. Handicapped children, especially autistic children, are special. They are gifted in certain areas. And to be honest with you, I love handicapped people. And bless their heart, because they definitely have blessed my life. So that's all that Johnny Green's got to say tonight. I just wanted to call with a hair up my butt and get it off my chest.
There you go.
And I want to thank you for allowing me to do so.
That's what we're here for. You do the same, Johnny Green. All right, get our news break a little bit late, but we'll get caught up here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Fears of war breaking out in Europe has intensified as Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a carefully choreographed political event, moved to recognize the independence of separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. The pro-Russian leaders of the separatist group were shown on TV pleading with Putin to acknowledge their independence. That was followed by an hour-long TV speech that culminated with the signing of the recognition decrees. Canadian lawmakers voted to extend emergency powers to allow police to quell any potential restarts of protest blockades by those opposed to the COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said the powers were still needed despite police ending a trucker convoy that blocked the downtown core of Ottawa, Canada's capital. Trudeau noted there were some truckers who might be planning further blockades. Wall Street was closed on Monday due to the holiday. This is USA Radio News.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if, like a lot of people, you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called Medishare. It's a Christian healthcare sharing program. There are more than 400,000 members now, and they love it. In fact, Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to that of health insurance. And Medishare really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. It's been around more than 25 years. Members have shared more than $4 billion of each other's medical bills. Plus, Medishare is for you. It has saved its members billions by advocating on their behalf. Best of all, the typical savings for a family is around $6,000 a year. So if you think you're stuck with a high-cost health plan that doesn't have much to offer, think again. Medishare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and you are invited to be part of it. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Whether a fourth COVID booster shot is necessary is being discussed. USA Radio's Tim Berg is in our Phoenix bureau.
While there's no timetable on if and when a fourth COVID booster may be recommended, an FDA spokesman did confirm they are looking into new data to evaluate future possible COVID vaccines. As far as who will need that fourth booster, Dr. Megan Rainey is an emergency physician. She tells CNN,
people who are immunosuppressed. Those folks should be going out and getting their fourth shot because it is the equivalent of a third shot for the rest of us.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Lawmakers in the Idaho State House have approved a bill making it illegal for neighbors to deliver one another's ballot to the post office. Under the bill, delivering 10 or more ballots to the post office for others would be a felony. Delivering fewer than 10, that would be a misdemeanor. The bill now goes to the state Senate. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dinovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dinovite commercial so many times that I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dinovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Michigan men's basketball coach Juwan Howard is suspended for 5 games for his role in a post-game scrum on Sunday. The Wolverines played the Wisconsin Badgers and lost. Howard was upset that Wisconsin coach Greg Gard, whose team had the lead, called timeout with 15 seconds left in the game. Howard struck a Wisconsin assistant coach after a tense exchange with Gard in the handshake line. In addition to the suspension, Howard was also fined $40,000. Gard, who was not suspended, was fined $10,000. 2 Michigan players and a Wisconsin player each were suspended for 1 game. A slight change in how you are able to access your tax information. Details from USA's John Hunt.
The Internal Revenue Service has announced that taxpayers will be able to forego the use of facial recognition software in order to access their online accounts following the big controversy over the use of biometric data, according to the New York Times. No biometric data, including facial recognition, will be required if taxpayers choose to authenticate their identity through a virtual interview, according to the IRS in their statement today. In addition, photos gathered so far from users will be deleted from ID.me servers over the next few weeks, and any new photos taken this year will not be stored on any of the company's servers. For the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Find news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, jump right back into it here. Talking about oil prices. Yeah, the markets are ticking. Let's see. As far as overseas trading, Brent crude, the global benchmark, Brent crude is trading at $97.33 a barrel right now. The last exchange of West Texas Intermediate, $93.86 per barrel. I think that's up like 3% over the past day with the heightened tensions, right, with Ukraine. Obviously have to keep an eye on those numbers. Where will I shared the same story. That was one energy analyst that was making that prediction that oil could potentially soar to $150 per barrel. Worst case scenario kind of thing, to which he alluded. We could be looking at $7 a gallon for gasoline. Now you tell me, we've already got inflation off the rails in this country. Where would prices go? All of that has to be passed on. The transportation cost, you know the drill. All right, our number 844-844-3388. Stepped out the secret bunker during the break there. Saw a little flash of lightning off the horizon over toward Indiana. Yeah, we do have some showers and some thunderstorms. You may even get woke up to the rumble of thunder right now. The showers pushing some pretty heavy rain going to be pushing from Lafayette, Indiana to Indianapolis. You've seen rain pushing through the Bloomington area. That's actually going to be pushing out. And the rain's filling in from Louisville to Elizabethtown in Kentucky, eastward over to Richmond, all the way down through eastern Tennessee between Nashville and Knoxville. Rain, rain, rain. And we're going to be looking at lane and ramp closures near Detroit for the next month as the crews return. Winter begins to wind down, and what comes up next? Construction season. Returning to the Interstate 275 construction zone. This project involves a complete rebuild of 24 miles of 275 through the Detroit, Michigan area, including the construction of sidewalks, bridge improvements, interchange improvements. It's expected to take years to complete it. Right now, it's in the first of two phases. Project actually started last summer. This year, the Michigan DOT is going to be rebuilding southbound I-275 from 6 Mile to North Line Road. Bridge and ramp work are expected to be completed as well. So there's going to be numerous closures. I'm not going to bore you with all that, but just heads up. You're going to see definitely some delays, slowdowns. Meanwhile, as we prepare for a potential convoy headed to D.C., fencing will soon be installed around the Capitol grounds in D.C. First of all, you've got the State of the Union address and the impending trucker convoys, plural, convoys, apparently on their way to the Capitol. Now, the fencing will be installed in the upcoming week prior to the March 1st speech and the estimated March 5th arrival of the People's Convoy. In addition to the fence, the D.C. National Guard has been alerted, and they will be on standby to assist with traffic and crowd control, pending Department of Defense approval, according to the Military Times this past day. The U.S. Capitol Police, the Secret Service, they say have been closely working together to plan for the upcoming State of the Union. As with any demonstration, Capitol Police will facilitate lawful First Amendment activity. We are closely coordinating with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, including D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, the U.S. Park Police, the U.S. Secret Service, and other agencies to include the D.C. National Guard. As an additional precaution, all 535 members of Congress will attend the State of the Union, but guests will not be allowed inside the Capitol. According to the New York Post, law enforcement agencies across the National Capital Region are aware of plans for a series of trucks, convoys, arriving in D.C. around the time of the State of the Union. As with any demonstration, blah, blah, blah. First Amendment will be allowed, and we're working with others. Now, one of the, organizers, Bob Bolus, I'm not familiar with this guy. This is not a part of the People's Convoy, which will be departing from California Wednesday. Bob Bolus says we intend to circle Washington, D.C. Basically, I'll give you an analogy of a giant ball constrictor, boa constrictor. It basically squeezes you, chokes you, as well as your network. And we're going to do this to D.C. There will be a lane open for emergency vehicles to be able to get in and get out of all that. Essentially, he's talking about the Beltway. He says we will not compromise anybody's safety or health one way or the other. And now, as far as if you can't get to work on time, well, geez, that's just too bad. This is a convoy that's supposed to be, I believe, rolling in here in the next few days. I have another story on that. They did update the People's Convoy, kind of detailing the exact route and locations they will be stopping on their way to Washington, D.C. All right, let's get back to your calls here. It's 844-844-3388. Hello to Ricky Roadway.
Hey, Steve, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing just fine. How about you?
Oh, we're just, I had to get up here from bed there, and I thought, well, as long as I'm up, I give my buddy a call. We're waiting on some freezing rain, and our area is supposed to get maybe an inch or two or to a trace. They don't know, Yeah. I look out the window, and if it's snowing, I'll say, hey, it's snowing out, or if it's dry, I'll just say, oh, it looks nice out, You can't take and go by some of this stuff. But we're fixing to get on the road March 2nd, right after Tina gets off work. We're going to try and get down to Florida for the weekend, drive down to Tallahassee area and visit with some of my friends.
Sounds like a good time. How's things going with your musical entertainment?
We're doing pretty good. I sat in with a few bands here last few weeks there. Got a friend of mine, his name's Jim Welty. He's got a band, and they're really good. Old school country, that stuff that I like. And I didn't get a chance to do a Saturday thing this week, but one of my memories showed up, and I had it on there. But the week before, I did a little tribute to you there. I didn't know if you caught it or not. I did a little tribute to you. Gave a shout out about your show and that. So hopefully, and I got quite a few truckers that have friended me, and so we're rolling along pretty good. The old Ricky Roadway will be on the road in about a week.
How about that? On the road again. Never gets old, does it?
Now, my wife says, well, I used to leave out of here at midnight and go down, when we go down to Florida. And my wife says, how come you leave out at midnight? And I says, oh, it's just, Illinois is boring. So one time we left, went over by Champaign, Illinois, over by Danville to see Gene Watson and hang out with the band over there. And the next, we stayed overnight, and then we left out that morning heading south. We got about halfway or 3/4 down to Illinois, and she looked over at me and says, I see why you drive at night.
No doubt about it. Well, all your years out there on the road, you remember, did you ever, get to hook up or meet with the Big Moose? You recognize that handle? Because he's played with a bunch of artists over the years as well.
Yeah, I don't think I've met up with him or seen him or anything. I've been. I was fortunate enough to open for several stars there. Gene Watson twice, and then I did Tanya Tucker, John Anderson, Bill Anderson, Mo Bandy, David Ball. What's his name? The Urban Cowboy. I'm Johnny Lee.
Looking for love in all the wrong places. Yeah.
Marty Haggard, he was pretty good. David Ball was really a nice guy. And then Mo Bandy, I opened for him, and he got there a little late. And, we have to set up after they set up and do their sound check, And so we're sitting there waiting, and Mo's sitting there talking to us for about an hour, and he says, I think they want me to go up and do a sound check. So he gets up there, and he sings a couple songs, and he looks down at us, and he goes, hey, boys, I'm sorry for taking up all your setup time. I say, hey, Mo, you're the man,
All right, exactly.
Yeah, great memories, I'll tell you. I was trying to put one together for this Saturday, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get it done with trying to get the wife, for one thing. She operates the camera or whatever, the phone, and she got to go get her hair styled, before we go to Florida.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get a butch haircut. I don't care. I ain't styling mine, but we'll have to see. I've been thinking about maybe on a Sunday doing maybe about a half hour, 45 minutes of some gospel music. So, but yeah, it's everything going along pretty good. We've had a mild winter up here in Iowa as far as Dubuque, but all around us has gotten hit real bad too.
Well, how about our big storms coming up? You're going to be in the zone for some of this nasty mess this week, aren't you?
Well, according to the weather on the local news, we'll get a little bit of it, but not much. Like I said, it's mostly either north of us or south of it. We've been very fortunate that it hadn't buried us in snow. My son lives in Fort Wayne, and they were going to fly out of Indianapolis when that last big storm went through there, and they left on Wednesday to drive down to Indianapolis, fly out. And they got caught in the storm. The flight got canceled, and finally that Saturday they got on a plane to go to St. Pete, and they got the plane de-iced and all that, and then the engines wouldn't start.
Oh boy!
I said, "You ain't supposed to go to Florida, son."
Well, it's always good to hear from Ricky Roadway. If some of our friends want to catch up with you on Facebook, Rick gets on there, just sits down with a guitar and sings a few songs, and people can send comments your way on Facebook. You take a lot of requests. It's Richard Rick Tittle Sr., right, on Facebook?
Right. Yeah, and I had a buddy of mine, or one of your callers, I should say, asked for a CD, and I sent one out to Utah, there north of St. George, Utah, and then I sent another one down to Mobile. Actually, they got theirs yesterday or the day before.
Yeah.
And it's great. I like keeping up with the truckers. Even though I'm retired, I've been retired in April. It'll be 19 years.
Wow.
Since I retired.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it seems like it just seems like yesterday when you and old Freddie the Freeloader was calling into Raja, and you and your Doobie Q, right? Doobie Q, he called it.
Yeah. I was, me and one other guy that worked on the dock, Bose called him Sleazy. It's Wheezy. We call him Wheezy because his last name was Weezrick, and he never got that right. He kept calling him Sleazy. So this is back, early days, and he could never get it right. But we'd stop the forklift, and I can say it now because what are they going to do, fire me? But anyway, we'd stop the forklift and just laugh when we'd hear "Ooh, brother" on there, and about putting his boob in the ringer, and oh God, some of the things that we remember from back then, and the time that me and Potsy Weber was up in Michigan, and we went the whole week. We called in like on a Monday, and we went the whole week and saying, "Hey, have you seen Potsy? We can't find him anywhere." And Bose finally said he was last seen out in Lake Michigan in a rowboat with two girls. And then right before we were coming back to Dubuque, before we left that night, we had a friend of ours call in, and she said, in a real sexy voice, she says, "I got Potsy Weber." And I guess he played it about 3 or 4 times. He laughed so hard at it.
The good old days, as they called them, right? Things were so much different, it seems like, back then, but I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah. I'd like to get a hold of Steve Cunningham somehow. I got a picture because before he started his show, he had to set up and everything. I sat in the other studio with Cunningham and the Prince of Labor, and they were talking back and forth. And I got a picture of a young Cunningham at the microphone. And oh Lord, I'll tell you, that was some great times. Great times.
Wow.
I really miss that, and I wish I could do this more often, but time just isn't too good for me. But I messaged you about sending you a CD. I don't know if you got it or not, but have you give me an address to send one to you too?
You sent me via Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to...
A message on there.
Okay, I get so many messages. I miss most of them. I mean, like when I'm sitting here live, sometimes I'll see the messages coming across, but I'll go in there and check that out and get you an address.
That would just send me a new address. That'll work, and I'll get one out to you. Yeah, I recorded that down in Nashville, and I had some pretty heavy hitters on it. If you ever see Ronnie Millsap, his steel guitar player is playing steel on it, and I got Kenny Chesney's fiddle player playing the fiddle, and several other Colin Ray's old lead players playing rhythm and that, and the guy that produced the album, Gene Breeden, was one of the founding members of the Bakersfield Sound. He worked, actually, Don Rich replaced him in the band. So I had some real good Nashville musicians on it.
That's
so
cool.
It's really nice. So, but if you get that off to me, I'll certainly get you one.
All right. Yeah, look forward to that. Well, Ricky Roadway, again, I know you don't like to stay up till 1:30 in the morning, but I'm glad you woke up for a little pee run tonight and gave us a call.
Yeah, all right, Steve. Y'all take care, and we'll try and call you when we get on the road heading down to Florida, because I'm going to leave here at 4 in the afternoon, so I'll be somewhere south of Nashville by the time you get on the air.
You can give us a full report, a live report from the road. Ricky Roadway. All right. Well, I guess here in the coming days, we're going to be talking about some of these issues with travel out there, which will be becoming treacherous in some of the heavy snow. Over the weekend, I recall I had the Weather Channel on that morning, and they were talking about, I guess the National Weather Service has kind of changed criteria where they actually issue they call them snow squall warnings. They're not real commonly used, but it's kind of like when you have any sort of a weather emergency. Snow squall warning means your visibility is going to pretty much be down to zero, and if you're out there on the road, you might be best to find a place to pull off, get off the roadway. Interstate 81 was shut down. This was Saturday after they had issued the snow squall warning. Drastically altered driving conditions in a matter of seconds. This was about 1:30 in the afternoon. I-81 about the 1:38, according to the PA homepage news. This snow squall caused near zero visibility on northbound 81. Chain reaction crash involving 50 vehicles that sent 5 to the hospital. There was an initial chain reaction crash involving 3 semis and 10 passenger vehicles. After which 4 more separate crashes occurred as a result of that initial incident. One who was involved says, you couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. It was coming down so hard. That's the snow squall alert actually came through on my phone. And probably 5-10 minutes later, here we were out there in the middle of it. I mean, even if you were going 10 miles an hour on this road, one of the firefighters says, when I went to stop the fire truck, I started sliding across the road here, and I was only going a couple miles an hour. I think a lot of this was just the squall coming through. Road conditions that literally went from good to horrific in a matter of seconds. 30 seconds to a minute later, and that's how those things unfold. But, all right, be careful out there, drivers. Get a news break, and our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Fears of war breaking out in Europe has intensified as Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a carefully choreographed political event, moved to recognize the independence of separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. The pro-Russian leaders of the separatist group were shown on TV pleading with Putin to acknowledge their independence. That was followed by an hour-long TV speech that culminated with the signing of the recognition decrees. Canadian lawmakers voted to extend emergency powers to allow police to quell any potential restarts of protest blockades by those opposed to the COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said the powers were still needed despite police ending a trucker convoy that blocked the downtown core of Ottawa, Canada's capital. Trudeau noted there were some truckers who might be planning further blockades. Wall Street was closed on Monday due to the holiday. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
Listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we are back at it here. Looking at 844-844-3388. Some not really agreeing with Jolly Green's sentiment about our wanting to have any involvement protecting Ukraine. Really, it's more about NATO than anything else, right? The obligations. Sorry, but this is exactly like 1938. You got to stop it now or we stop it later. All right, let's see. EGR Scott. Brent Council. Oops. Steve Summers. I keep remembering when you worked at the station in College Hill. So whoever that is, they knew me many, many years ago because that was my very first radio job. Yeah, a little station on College View Place in College Hill, Cincinnati, WAKW, which is still existent, Star 93 today. My, how that station has changed over the years, like everything else. Miss Millie is on board. Jolly Green was also talking about the woman that dropped off the kid. She says, I'm a Christian, but I agree with the caller. Yeah, they found her apparently in Georgetown, Kentucky. Okay, so she drove from Indiana. Yeah, why she would pick a place just like I guess she was just looking for someplace out in the middle of nowhere. And pretty much pushed the kid out the door. I guess he's 5, 6 years old, autistic, unable to talk. I guess she figured, well, he can't talk and they'll never figure out who he is. Just unimaginable. Hello to Kentucky Ken. Morning overnight drive on my rest break at the Kentucky-Tennessee line, working my way to Orlando. After last week's trip, I earned this run. I'm thinking spring break, spring safe travels from Kentucky Ken. Timothy said, good to hear from Ricky Roadway. Hey, Ricky, Gene Watson's going to be in Rocky Mount, Virginia, March the 4th. Is he still out there doing his thing? Yes, several others. There's Joe and Scotty. Sure good to hear from Ricky Roadway. A real blast from the past. All right. Fred is on board. Hello, Fred. Morning, Steve, and all. My first time back listening since I had a bad wreck back in March of 2020. Boy, so it's been quite some time. Hopefully you're fully recovered there, Fred. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, give us a ring sometime at 844-844-3388. What's going on with the Carolina Monkey Gouger? It actually says Carolina Monkey Girl on my screen. Hello, girl.
Man, you got to do with Leroy that's answering that telephone. It seems like he's having trouble picking up my dialect or something. I don't know what the problem is.
I wonder what that could possibly be.
I want to give a shout out to Lauren Wise. He's kind of under the weather. I hope he gets feeling better. Steve, I meant to call you last night. I had stopped and I had the iPad down looking at it, trying to figure out what I was going to talk about. And I seen this alert, where they had found this little boy in Colerain standing outside the road.
Yep.
It kind of bothered me severely. And then Jolly Green Giant called tonight, the first part, talking about the little boy. Steve, when I was growing up, there were 4 cousins. There was me, Frank, Josie, and Leonard. And all of us were handicapped or physically challenged or whatever you want to say. Josie and Leonard had childhood polio, which left Leonard on crutches, left Josie with spinal problems, humped over, with the big hump on her shoulder and stuff. And then there was Frank. Frank had a disease that at that time there was only like 50 or 60 people in the United States that had been diagnosed with it. And it had some big long name, medical term for it. What it really come down to was Frank had varicose veins in his head like a woman had, and and later in life he got to having these mini strokes. And every time he had one of those mini strokes, a piece of him, his leg, he lost use of one of his legs, lost use of his hand. But I mean, we were the most carefree children there was. We didn't, we were playing the cards that we were dealt with. But I always question, what did we do wrong and to end up like this?
Right.
Who did we make mad in the supreme beings or whoever that this would come, all this would happen to a family? 4 close cousins. We're talking first cousins. And so later in life, Frank finally succumbed to his disease. He died when he was a young man, 24, 25. He was a genius. I mean, this guy worked for all the big motels down at Myrtle Beach as an auditor, kept the books. I mean, he was just out of this world, and he could talk the talk, walk the walk, everything. So when we had his funeral, I was late getting there. I ended up on the front row up there with Lenny and Josephine, and we was all sitting there, and it was a sad funeral. Young man, had life, but he had lived a good life. I mean, he'd done anything he wanted to do. He water skied, everything. He was just afflicted on his right side. So where I'm going with this is when the preacher got up to preach, he was talking about Frank's life and everything. And I had heard some of the uncles and aunts talking about what did we do to deserve this? Why was our children cursed? And the preacher got up and he got to talking about this, and I don't know exactly where it was in the Bible, but Jesus was coming through this town, and he was coming through, and this woman run out in the street and had this afflicted child. I think the child was blind and deaf, and she started, lashing out at Jesus. Why? Why did you do this to me? Why did you curse me? Why my child is ruined? And Jesus looked at her and said, I didn't curse you. I didn't do nothing bad to you. That I trusted you to take care of this angel, and I knew you could do it. And last night when I read that thing on your webpage about this little boy that this troll throwed outside the highway to leave. I mean, can you imagine what that little boy was thinking when he was standing out there in the middle of nowhere? They got the woman, but I tell you what they need to do to her. They need to take that woman out there on US 50 out there where in the middle of nowhere where there ain't towns for about 100 miles, and ain't no cell service or nothing. Strip her down to a bra and underwear and say, now, you're going to experience what your son done. That would be only too good for the bitch. But Steve, that thing has really, really upset me for the last 24 hours. I mean, I reckon the older I get, and I look at my grandkids, and I mean, there is some couple out there that would have been happy to take this child in and take care of it. I don't know why these people, it's like that Susan Smith killed her 2 sons, run them in the lake, turned the car on, and drove them off in the lake. You don't got to do this. There are ways out. I mean, if you don't think you can handle life pressure, don't take it out on the child. Go get help. Mm-hmm. Take him somewhere. Take him to a fire department. Take him to a hospital. Take him to a police station. But don't leave that child out there like that. I mean, that thing has really hit close home to me, and I just want to tell you, man, thank you for taking my call tonight.
Monkey Gouger, good to hear from you. Yeah, they always say the love of a parent for a child. Yeah, in most cases, the parent would do anything, sacrifice their own life for their child's life. But that's not always apparently the case, right? All right, good place for a quick 2-minute timeout. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Email Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Hello to Jim. Springtime's a coming, he says. Morning, Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive family. Just wanted to say hello before hitting the hay. Springtime must be on its way. I don't look for blooming trees or dandelions, but when we're driving home this afternoon, we saw the Coupe de Ville sitting outside a moose's shop. Who needs to try to find a groundhog? Our springtime indicator is much easier to spot. All right. Hey, good to have you on board. Craig checks in. Steve, do you remember the gas shortage in the 70s? Yes, how could I forget? I remember so well the gas wars. We lived in a subdivision where I could walk a few blocks, and I think we had a 7-Eleven on one corner. There was a King Quick on another corner. And this was in the days of the old gas wars, when one station would drop the price a couple of pennies, and the guy across, they go back and forth, dropping the price. And there were lines of cars for blocks and blocks waiting to fill up. Remember when they told us we were going to run out of oil in a few years? Yes, I remember that well. Also, they called it the peak oil theory. We had reached peak oil, and as we continued to deplete supplies, there was going to be no oil left. And that was supposed to have happened many, many years ago. Either there were more dinosaurs than anyone could imagine, or oil is being reproduced somehow. I think they have figured that out over the years. It is not fossil fuel. It is not dead dinosaurs. Now, they've actually had oil wells that were completely depleted in Saudi Arabia. They cap them off, and they've come back many years later, and lo and behold, hey, there's oil there again. Huh. All right, let's get back to your calls here on a Tuesday morning. What's happening, Horse Feathers?
Good morning, Your Honor. Oh, so let's start out here with a couple of the little, did you hear this stuff? Did you hear the USFL is back?
The USFL.
In case you all didn't have enough football this year, we got the USFL coming back on the Fox network, apparently. They were talking about it during the Daytona 500. And then I guess the XFL is coming back next year. So we got the USFL, the XFL, the NFL, AFC, I don't know, whatever, I don't know. So anyways, guess there's going to be plenty of football. Maybe Colin Kaepernick can actually get a job now. Oh, wait a minute, he probably can't because he never could play to begin with, could he? All right. So what else do we got going here? I guess these convoys we're talking about coming to D.C. there. I just want everybody to know I've been rolling around the Capitol Beltway, at least one direction, partially way around there, rolling in solidarity with them there. So, but please let me know when you're going to get here so I can use a different road because I don't need to be tangled up in that mess. But I guess the state of Maryland is actually preparing for this because they're already starting to think things are going to happen. They're starting to put fences up and do things to protect the state assets there. You know, some of the motor vehicle buildings and state government buildings and everything. They're working on putting blockades up, barriers up, and all kinds of stuff. So the mean, nasty truckers can't get there and do anything to bother all the government officials.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, who said Antifa was coming to town? No, it's the peaceful protesters convoy, not Antifa.
Yeah, well, apparently they think they must have seen that movie there. What was the name of that movie with Jan Michael Vincent there, where he had that old Ford cab over named the Blue Mule? He went driving up there and crashing through the glass house sign, the big GH. He crashed through the big sign going up there to, because he was a independent owner operator there, operate to own, and he was going after the big union people there because they were not wanting him to be able to operate his truck and make any money. And hey, if I remember right, I think there was a deal about snakes or rattlesnakes in that movie too. I bet you Heatwave would like that movie.
Mm-hmm.
What was the name? What was the name of that movie with Jan Michael Vincent? Do you remember?
I have no recollection on that. No.
All right. Well, maybe one of our good listening friends is out there. I know we're one night early there for the Texaco Mummy. She'd be right on the internet, had that all figured out right now. But anyways, what else do we have going? That's something else going. Oh yeah, so I catch a little bit of the nightly news, and they got a reporter on there discussing the oil situation. He's got all the answers, and he's talking about the prices of gas and everything. And Saudi Arabia there, they won't increase oil production to help us any. And you know who else won't increase oil production to help us any?
Probably Russia?
No, the U.S. fracking industry. The fracking in the United States won't do anything to increase production. Now, what happened the first day in office that this clown that we have, this so-called president, what was the first thing I think it was the second thing he did, because the first thing he did is he struck down that XL Keystone pipeline. What was the second thing he did with that pen of his?
Well,
wasn't there something about the fracking that he shut down a lot of the fracking ability?
Federal lands, no more contracts on federal lands, correct?
Yeah. So how do you expect the U.S. fracking industry to be able to increase production if you took away their places to, do fracking? I don't know. But anyways, so one other question here about the way inflation is going and that, how do you think all these people that demanded having $15 an hour minimum wage, how do you think they're feeling right now with the inflation and all these prices going up? How do you think they're feeling right now? Do you think they're feeling like they're back where they were with the $7 an hour or whatever it was minimum wage at this point?
Well, the spending power of their $15 an hour ain't no better than it was when they were making $7.50 or $8.50 an hour, is it?
No, I don't think so. So anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you there. And I did hear Pappy make the report there about his daughter, so good to hear that. Keep praying for them a little bit. I heard Knuckle Buster there last night say his daughter was doing better, so that was good to hear. And anyways, I don't know. That's about all we got going for you there. I did watch the rest of the Daytona 500, and I think with what I hadn't seen and the update there from Ranger, I think that about covered it. I don't even think I needed to watch the rest of it there, but I don't know. I did want to try to get back to see the Xfinity deal there. I still haven't seen that. And I don't know, from what I heard there, from the way it sounded, was the way they designed that car was to make it actually lose all the energy through coming apart.
Correct.
So that it actually protected the driver more. But I guess it'd be pretty impressive to see how it all come apart.
Well, it was a mess. White Line Fever. White Line Fever was the name of the movie you were asking about. Several people sent me emails. All right, I don't think I've ever seen that movie. Believe it or not. White Line Fever. Think we could dig that out of the archives on Netflix or something? All right, I mentioned there's going to be more than one convoy. I found the story. I knew I had this over here. Yeah, one of the convoys planning to leave this week, planning to shut down traffic on the Capitol Beltway outside D.C. Bob Bolus is the organizer of this particular convoy. He says we're going to have a shutdown. We'll shut it down. Of course, the Beltway encircles Washington, running through portions of Maryland and Virginia, and passes through a small part of the nation's capital. Now, this guy is planning to lead a convoy from Scranton, PA, where he owns a tow truck company, starting Wednesday, as a matter of fact, same time the other convoy is going to be leaving from California. He says after a stop in Harrisburg, PA, the convoy is estimated to arrive in Washington in the afternoon that day. I have no idea how many people are planning to join this guy. Is it going to be a one-man mission or what? Bola said the convoy will be peaceful. He declined to answer directly if truckers plan to halt traffic purposely, although he did say lanes would be left open for emergency responders. It's too bad if it disrupts traffic, he said. People should stay home then because it's going to be disruptive. I don't care if it was considered an accident on the Beltway and traffic got backed up. It's what it's going to be. We have every right to be on the Beltway and on every other road in the interstate system of the United States, he says. See, this guy almost sounds kind of like more of an agitator. Doesn't sound like that's very peaceful. It doesn't, again, I don't know that sounds like a way to get people on your side. There is no time frame set for how long the protest will last. Yeah, they are protesting COVID mandates as well as the stream of illegals crossing the U.S. southern border and some other policies of the Biden administration. So they've just got kind of a mishmash of everything on their agenda. Now, other convoys also plan to arrive in D.C., although the one this guy is leading may be the first to arrive. Organizers of the largest movements, dubbed the People's Convoy, announcing yesterday they plan to reach the D.C. Beltway area on March the 5th. They're now slated to leave Atlantos Stadium outside of Los Angeles on Wednesday. In a statement, organizers said the group will abide by the agreements they've made with local authorities and terminate in the vicinity of the D.C. area. We will not be going into D.C. proper, they says. But officials in D.C. say they're preparing for possible disruptions to traffic and events coming up here in the early days of March. A little more on that ahead. Meanwhile, news break time on a Tuesday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Fears of war breaking out in Europe has intensified as Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a carefully choreographed political event, moved to recognize the independence of separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. The pro-Russian leaders of the separatist group were shown on TV pleading with Putin to acknowledge their independence. That was followed by an hour-long TV speech that culminated with the signing of the recognition decrees. Canadian lawmakers voted to extend emergency powers to allow police to quell any potential restarts of protest blockades by those opposed to the COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said the powers were still needed despite police ending a trucker convoy that blocked the downtown core of Ottawa, Canada's capital. Trudeau noted there were some truckers who might be planning further blockades. Wall Street was closed on Monday due to the holiday. This is USA Radio News.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if, like a lot of people, you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called Medishare. It's a Christian healthcare sharing program. There are more than 400,000 members now, and they love it. In fact, Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to that of health insurance. And Medishare really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. It's been around more than 25 years. Members have shared more than $4 billion of each other's medical bills. Plus, Medishare is for you. It has saved its members billions by advocating on their behalf. Best of all, the typical savings for a family is around $6,000 a year. So if you think you're stuck with a high-cost health plan that doesn't have much to offer, think again. Medishare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and you are invited to be part of it. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Whether a fourth COVID booster shot is necessary is being discussed. USA Radio's Tim Berg is in our Phoenix bureau.
While there's no timetable on if and when a fourth COVID booster may be recommended, an FDA spokesman did confirm they are looking into new data to evaluate future possible COVID vaccines. As far as who will need that fourth booster, Dr. Megan Rainey is an emergency physician. She tells CNN,
people who are immunosuppressed. Those folks should be going out and getting their fourth shot because it is the equivalent of a third shot for the rest of us.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Lawmakers in the Idaho State House have approved a bill making it illegal for neighbors to deliver one another's ballot to the post office. Under the bill, delivering 10 or more ballots to the post office for others would be a felony. Delivering fewer than 10, that would be a misdemeanor. The bill now goes to the state Senate. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue. And Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot. And I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it. Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Michigan men's basketball coach Juwan Howard is suspended for 5 games for his role in a post-game scrum on Sunday. The Wolverines played the Wisconsin Badgers and lost. Howard was upset that Wisconsin coach Greg Gard, whose team had the lead, called timeout with 15 seconds left in the game. Howard struck a Wisconsin assistant coach after a tense exchange with Gard in the handshake line. In addition to the suspension, Howard was also fined $40,000. Gard, who was not suspended, was fined $10,000. 2 Michigan players and a Wisconsin player each were suspended for 1 game. A slight change in how you are able to access your tax information. Details from USA's John Hunt.
The Internal Revenue Service has announced that taxpayers will be able to forego the use of facial recognition software in order to access their online accounts following the big controversy over the use of biometric data, according to the New York Times. No biometric data, including facial recognition, will be required if taxpayers choose to authenticate their identity through a virtual interview, according to the IRS in their statement today. In addition, photos gathered so far from users will be deleted from ID.me servers over the next few weeks, and any new photos taken this year will not be stored on any of the company's servers. For the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Find news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Rumble, rumble. Little thunder outside the secret bunker at this hour. Kind of a weird time of year for thunder. It's only February. We should be getting thunder snow, not thunderstorms. Let me see. Buster Brown jumped on board. He said, Steve, are you hearing that the Capitol Police is reinstalling the fencing around the Capitol? Yeah, reinstalling what they put up, after the January 6th thing. The People's House. Yes, that is correct. It's going up this week. I think we mentioned that earlier, and it's not all in relation to the convoys. I mean, it's the State of the Union address for March 1. Now, Washington police chief said in a recent briefing there will be disruptions to traffic. As for all of our First Amendment demonstrations that happen here in this city, we have to be in a posture of preparedness. Yeah, that's true. You should have done that. You should have been prepared for January 6th as well, when the then president offered you thousands of National Guard, several occasions before that event. For whatever reason, you declined. But authorities in Virginia and Maryland, which abut Washington, said they are all aware of the convoy and others like it. Virginia State Police have been continue to monitor the situation and communicate with our national capital region, local, state, and federal partners, which is standard practice anytime the potential exists for a significant protest that could disrupt the safe, efficient flow of traffic on our highways. That statement from Virginia Police yesterday. Maryland State Police spokesperson said state troopers are working with other authorities as well, and we are monitoring developments. Brian Brass, one of the organizers of the People's Convoy, said that there is a plan in place upon arrival in the Washington area, but declined to share any details. Leah Dundas, who's helping with some of those details, said the convoy is not looking to obstruct, and we are planning to abide by the rules of the road. Now, again, that is the People's Convoy. The other guy, Bullis, said the reason for not going downtown is because of concerns over the treatment of people who were there at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th during the Stop the Steal rally. I'm not going to subject myself or anybody else to the whims of the federal government in downtown D.C. I already spoke to the D.C. Police Department. I'm in communication with them. If he's willing to give us an escort through D.C., we'll consider it without arrest. But we're not going to subject ourselves to the Gestapo tactics and some of those federal judges in D.C. I guess they're trying to avoid a repeat of what happened there in Ottawa. for our friends in Canada. All right, so we're up to speed there. And Dingbat on the line. Good morning, Dingbat.
That is me.
What's been happening?
Nothing much. It's been working.
So y'all getting ready for some of the, I guess you're going to deal with some of these flooding rains coming your way.
Oh, yes. I'm ready for it. So you said there were some rumbles around your secret bunker?
As we speak, yes, indeed.
You sure that's not Brain Dead's stomach growling?
Could be.
But I'm calling in to appreciate the comment you posted on my wall.
You're more than welcome. Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a tough day, but I'm pushing forward, and I know my mom will be happy.
I guess for those who aren't familiar, you know, Dingbat had shared that she had an issue. She had an addiction problem years ago, and I guess you could explain. Your mother was played an intricate role in helping you out get through it, right?
Yes, sir. I lost my mom when I was in rehab, and of course I didn't find out until 4 months later. But I had a little voice in my head that I knew to stay to make her happy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really glad I stayed. It was a year-long program. It was well worth it.
And you celebrate, was it 6 years now?
July 27th will be 6 years I'll be clean.
Okay, that's great.
And I've not looked back.
And that is a good thing.
That is. So I just want to call in and say I appreciate it. But also, just for not future reference, but Brain Dad told me to tell you to call him whenever you get a chance off the air. So he just wants to talk to you alone.
All right, and if you can, I don't know that I've got his number. I don't think I've got his number saved. Maybe if you could maybe email me or have him email me his phone number, I can put it in my phone.
I sure will.
Okay. I know I've got.
Thank you again.
I know I've got his email address because he emails me. He emailed me a link to a story yesterday, as a matter of fact. So, yep, I got. I'm looking down here, right there, from this past day, and of course, when we get back around to our DA of the Week nominees, we got you covered. It is 844-844-3388. Looking at 15 past the hour. Chevy Guy on board. What's going on, Chevy Guy? Wait a minute. Come on, computer. Pick up. There we go.
Well, there you go. Yeah, just before the show, I picked up something on Tucker Carlson tonight. The title was Trudeau's Infinite Emergency. It was covering what they were doing in the Capitol and the things they were doing to the people. And I thought one good thing was, or amazing story was a Romanian trucker. It shows them arresting this man. And they showed he got on his knees, put his hands behind his back, no resistance. And the Canadian cops were dragging him, beat him. You've got video of him kneeing him, taking their knee and banging on him on both sides of him. I love what the man said. Tucker did an interview with him. Here's what he said. My body is broken, but not my spirit. He came out of Romania during the communist rule to go to Canada for freedom. And that is just heartbreaking to see what they're doing. Also, he made mention that the mounted cops, when they cleared the street and they were celebrating their role, bragging on how they did it, the same ones that trampled an elderly woman. And it just, all I got to say, guys, I mean, look at your place in history, where you're going to be, because you know what? And I know they don't want to hear this, but the Nazi soldiers and the German soldiers that weren't Nazis, they were just Germans, but they did all kinds of cruel things, but they were just following orders.
Yep.
And that's their place in history, and it's been a curse on them ever since. You're going to earn your place in history, and some of the stuff they're doing is just amazing. One little thing is a waitress, a single mom, donated $50 to the truckers.
Yep.
And they locked down her account. Heck, I mean, she's just a little waitress. The power they're getting through this stuff is just amazing. But I think an interesting part, and we need to pay attention to, criticism of the Trudeau government right now under this Powers Act is justification for your arrest under hate speech. Okay, and this goes back a long time. If you're a preacher in Canada, you couldn't preach against homosexuality. If somebody in your congregation was, in that rent, he could always have you charged with hate speech. In Finland, yesterday was on the news feed, a member of parliament made mention that the LGBTQ and how they, she criticized them, and also a minister in Finland. And they're both facing 3 years in prison for hate speech. We got some things going on, and I'm telling you right now. All right, the 3 men in Georgia, life in prison without parole. 3 of them, life in prison without parole, and they're trying them now. I mean, I didn't know you could be tried twice for the same. Now I get it. You're killing somebody just because they're black. Or you're just killing somebody because you're stupid, and that could go all the way up and down the line during your trial, which means that, if you raped or robbed, is something that may get you 10 years. All right, because it's hate speech or hate, you did it out of hate, it gives you 20. I get that. Mm-hmm. But they're going after these guys and, stuff that you couldn't be submitted into court proceedings. They're going after their Facebook. They're going after everything. Well, guys, if anybody come up here and said anything, even goofing around or doing anything, or you got on Facebook or you did anything, you're wide open for this hate speech if they want to search it up and persecute you. So I kid you not. Can you believe how fast it's happening? And I do believe that the Biden administration is looking up there and watching what Trudeau is doing and how these truckers that are supported by so many, and they're supposed to be these terrorists. There's only one thing that can be done. You can't pick up a gun on this. There's only one thing that can be done. And by the way, prayers for Terry up there, and we don't blame him for not talking much. But we absolutely support you and pray for you up there and what your country's going through. But there's only one way to do this, and that means the Canadians, if they're upset about this, need to vote out these people. They need to use the vote them out. If they allow votes from this Trudeau thing, sounds like he's just a little stormtrooper. He just doesn't. He's just turned on his own people he's supposed to be representing. Sound familiar, I guess. But that's at the north of us now. A little story that never seemed to make the news. It's just a little news feed. The Iranian Navy sent several warships out into the Atlantic. They don't do that, okay? But they were, I guess they were heading for Venezuela. So do you understand what we're getting here? The possibility of Iranian nuclear missiles on below our southern border. I tell you what, it's a dangerous world. And these people here, the mullahs, believe that it will be there according to some of their rhetoric, they will bring the Mahdi out of the well by attacking the infidels. So they, when they attack Israel, the Satan and then the great Satan, America. So we're living in an amazing time. So if either way, guys, get ready. Make sure you're ready to meet your maker. Make sure that you don't let hate build up in your heart over what's coming up, because I don't believe anything's happening that God ain't allowing to happen. But I'll tell you what, the big when we know it's happening is when the Steve Sommers overnight drive is taken off the air, and all the conservatives is took off the air, because according to this Trudeau thing, I mean, if you even speak the name of Trudeau, it's be considered hate speech. And I'm just sort of wondering, have you heard? Did they do anything about locking down the bank accounts of people in America that supported the truckers? Because Trudeau was saying 50% of the donations to the truckers was from America.
Came from U.S.
Have you heard?
I don't think they don't have any power or control over our banking system here in the U.S. But yeah, more than half the donations, they said, the millions of dollars, came from supporters here in the U.S. I've got the rest of the scoop. Yeah, apparently she's just a waitress, like a minimum wage kind of worker. She supported and donated $50 to the Freedom Convoy there in Canada, and they have locked her bank account down. Where does this end? What the hell's going on? They were supposed to vote this past day. The Parliament was going to vote, and they did, whether they were going to allow the Emergency Powers Act that Trudeau had implemented to continue. I really thought there was a chance that the Parliament would say, no, this is overreach. I was wrong. House of Commons voted 185 to 151 to affirm the powers and keep them in place. Trudeau said the powers are still needed, despite the occupation ending in Ottawa. Now, the emergency preparedness minister said the protesters were going for the lifeblood of this nation, which is trade with the United States. Now, they said there's some truckers just outside Ottawa who might be planning other blockades or other occupations. There was an attempt to block a border crossing in British Columbia over the weekend. So with these emergency powers, they're going to continue to implement certain what they call no-go zones, allowing police to continue to freeze truckers' personal and corporate bank accounts, to compel tow truck companies to haul away vehicles even if they don't want to. All right, the Ottawa protesters that vowed they would never give up, for the most part, are gone. Chased away by the police in riot gear. They tell us this was the biggest police operation in Canada's history. But before the vote in the House this past day, Trudeau said the situation is still very fragile. The state of emergency is still here, he said. So here's the rest of the scoop. There's a Canadian MP. The bank account of a single mom minimum wage job frozen. Conservative lawmaker Mark Squall says the mom, named only as Brianna, has had her life ruined for donating this small sum to the anti-vaccine protest. He shared her story as concerns grow that scores of ordinary people will no longer be able to pay for food and basic necessities after their accounts have been frozen for donating to this group. He said, Brianna's a single mom from Chilliwack working a minimum wage job. She gave $50 to the convoy. It was 100% legal. She hasn't participated in any other way. Her bank account has now been frozen. This is who Justin Trudeau is actually targeting with his Emergencies Act orders. Response, obviously, on social media varied from those that are very angry at the situation, stating that something like this would have never happened to a Black Lives Matter protester. At the same time, some of those questioned whether this Brianna actually even exists. Now, the Daily Mail contacted the Canadian MP who says, "Thank you to those who've read this and offered some help to someone you've never met. Shame on those who've read it and attacked someone you've never met. I will keep working with Brianna to resolve the matter with her bank and provide updates as they're made available. To those of you, especially the media," he says, "demanding more details on her, well, having seen what's been said about her online today and what's been done to other convoy donors in the recent weeks, I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to help you dox her. I know who she is, and I will continue to fight for her." Meanwhile, a Canadian truck driver, Derek Brower, said that his truck was seized. His personal and his business bank accounts have been frozen since Friday because of his involvement with the protest. "They've taken my truck. I don't know where it is. And on Friday, they locked up my personal and my trucking business accounts. They also locked the account for another business that I own that has nothing to do with the trucks or the protest." He said he has not heard anything from police or the government on what steps to take next. Trying to work with the bank to rectify the situation, but he said yesterday we weren't really getting anywhere. It was kind of a bank holiday in Canada. Now, he did say that he heard what he heard in Calgary over the weekend is the truck convoy protests are not finished yet. Multiple questions remain on the search of the Emergency Act powers that are allowing banks to freeze the accounts of people involved in these protests there. I mean, total control. They can ruin your life. They can shut you down. And we're going to get a news break. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Fears of war breaking out in Europe has intensified as Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a carefully choreographed political event, moved to recognize the independence of separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. The pro-Russian leaders of the separatist group were shown on TV pleading with Putin to acknowledge their independence. That was followed by an hour-long TV speech that culminated with the signing of the recognition decrees. Canadian lawmakers voted to extend emergency powers to allow police to quell any potential restarts of protest blockades by those opposed to the COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said the powers were still needed despite police ending a trucker convoy that blocked the downtown core of Ottawa, Canada's capital. Trudeau noted there were some truckers who might be planning further blockades. Wall Street was closed on Monday due to the holiday. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
If I can't step back to Jolly Green's call earlier, concerns about U.S. forces, U.S. troops. What are we doing? Are we the world's police? I think was his question. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin spoke out over the weekend, and he said, the United States will do the due diligence to protect American troops should Russia again invade Ukraine. I think our troops will be fine, he said. He was on This Week, ABC's This Week, Sunday morning. We will be very diligent in terms of thinking through the range of possibilities and putting the right things in place to ensure we've done everything to protect our troops. All right, so let me see. He sat down with This Week while he was actually visiting American and Polish troops in Poland, where we've got 4,700 U.S. paratroopers deployed to support NATO allies. He kind of doubled down on Biden's promise that U.S. troops will not enter Ukraine if Russia again invades. He's been very clear about the fact we're not going to employ forces in Ukraine. We'll do everything possible to protect the troops and Polish partners so there's not a spillover across boundaries. Now, there's also about 20 Navy vessels deployed to the theater, numerous Air Force assets currently flying over and around Ukraine. Of course, we know the troops are built up around Ukraine, aircraft, ballistic missile systems, hospital units. The U.S. paratroopers dispatched to Poland are building encampments and expected to train, they say, with Polish allies, while a small headquarters element has arrived in Germany, and another 1,000 striker soldiers are setting up in Romania. They say these are temporary deployments, but it's not clear how long they're going to stay in the region. Thousands more are on heightened alert to deploy and would join the 40,000-troop international NATO response force should it be activated. Now, Austin said the Russia buildup is indicative of an attack that could come at any moment and does not fall in line with Russia's claims that they were, several days ago, saying they were leaving the border. If they were redeploying to garrison, we wouldn't see the kinds of things in terms of not only combat power, but logistical support, medical support, combat aviation that we're seeing going on right now. Oh, yeah, then Vice President Kamala Harris was there having diplomatic conversations about deterring Russia. But she told reporters as she was leaving the security conference, there's a real possibility of war in Europe. Every country in Europe knows what war in Europe looks like and what it can mean for the people. So that's kind of where things stand. But, I mean, I guess we can take him at his word, right? Wasn't he the same guy pretty much in charge when we were removing forces from Afghanistan, though? I can't help but question. Because we left many behind. Yeah, they'll be fine. Thanks, Lloyd. All right, it's 844-844-3388 on a Tuesday. What's going on, Ron?
Well, I want to talk about something positive. How about our grandkids and our birthday party coming up? How about that? Instead of all this Russian.
Yeah, well, concerning times.
All this other stuff.
Yeah, celebrated Russia. Rowan's 10 years old. What? Avery's going to be 8, I believe, coming up Saturday.
Yeah. Mr. Spider-Man himself.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. Are you going to be at Western Bowl?
That's the plan.
Okay, well, that's good. It'll be good to see you, man. But no, the reason I called was about this trucker issue down here in Washington, D.C. Do they really think that they're going to stop the traffic and everything else in the United States? I mean, this is ridiculous to do what they're doing. I mean, I support them, but I hope to God they don't get their bank accounts like frozen and, arrested and, their trucks taken away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. What would Biden have to do to garner that sort of power, that authority? I mean, essentially what Trudeau did is akin to kind of a martial law kind of declaration. Would Biden stoop to that level, go to that level?
I don't know. I mean, he's a little bit cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
I think he has a little cognitive dissonance. You know, I would love for him to take that test. You know, nobody's mentioned about him taking the test that they made our boy Trump do. You know, so. But I just wanted to say something a little bit light, man. I mean, it'll be a good weekend this weekend, and our grandkids are growing up, and, you know, things are good, Steve.
We're getting old.
I mean, it's really good.
We're getting old.
We're not getting old. Oh, no, we're not getting old. Not at all. I'm watching you on YouTube. You're not getting old, man. You're getting, how can we put it, aged. Aged.
Oh, aging well like a fine wine.
You're getting well. You don't like wine. You don't like wine. You like beer. You like Miller Lite. But it's a fine aged Steve Sommers out there. I think it's kind of cool to watch. You know that. But things are good, man. Talk to Lauren all the time. Talk to Steven. I mean, he's guess he's off for a couple days. You know, to watch to get some rest and stuff. He says he can't sleep. You know, he just it's kind of crazy. I mean, my son-in-law is one of the best out there, you know, with a target on his back, and he can't sleep when he comes home. You know, so. But I miss you, man. I miss talking with you. Usually I'm up and I watch you and stuff, but I thought I'd call in today and say hey, and, you know, look forward to seeing you on Saturday.
All right, 2 of 22. Any significance for you of this date?
It's going to be a very good day profit-wise for a business that I have. I think that will be well. I think it's, and I hope to God they don't invade. You know, I'll tell you something, man. If they invade that country, it's going to spark a lot of other things. It's going to be Iran and then Taiwan and a couple other things, Steve. And, you know, the United States is in a very weak position right now. We're in a very weak position. There's a lot of guys out there just waiting for the midterm elections and then eventually getting him out of office. But we're weak right now. And you'll see gas prices go up to $4.25 here in the Midwest, which I hope to God they don't, but they might.
And the rest of the world, the entire world sees our weakness right now, and that's why a lot of this is unfolding.
Yeah, but why are we treating these truck drivers like they're second-class citizens? They did everything for us 18 months during this pandemic. They went out there when they were sick. They went out there when they were tired and doing 80-hour work weeks. We should be giving them benefits and time off and whatever. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't understand this backwards thinking that they're doing to these truck drivers. And a lot of them know me and you know, from back in the day. You know, I still get calls from people that about fixing their computers and doing stuff like that. You know, I don't understand it.
There's only one plausible answer, and that is they want control. It's all about control. And you look at Trudeau yesterday. He wants to keep the power over the people. It's not supposed to work that way, though. The elected officials are supposed to be working for the people, not controlling the people. They've lost sight of that. All right, look at it, 15 before the hour. It is 844-3388. Rolling into a Tuesday. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, catching up here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Sarah throws out a question. She said, hey, truck drivers, any of you know anything specifically that could be in short supply due to the convoy? Anything other than toilet paper, of course. Good luck to all of you. Stay safe, and thanks to all. I haven't really heard of anything specifically. I mean, even with the border crossing issues, which they said cost billions of dollars in trade. We already had our supply chain issues. I haven't really been seeing or hearing of anything specific that I could throw your way. That hey, just have a little extra food on hand. You never know, right? Now, Horsefeathers brought up the fracking operations, the shale companies in this country. Believe it or not, it appears they are moving some of the drilling rigs back into the fields that were all but abandoned a few years ago. Private oil producers are kind of leading the return to places like the Anadarko Basin of Oklahoma, the DJ Basin in Colorado, where drilling had almost completely stopped in mid-2020. All these areas became unprofitable because of the low price of oil at the time. Oil production in those marginal regions not expected to move the needle on the global market, but it could help some producers who've lost money in the last couple of years. Output in the United States, year by year end, is expected to increase almost solely from the Permian Basin of West Texas and New Mexico, offset by declines elsewhere. According to one energy consultant, some of the largest shale companies told investors last week that they're going to be remaining disciplined on capital spending and limit production growth. But with oil above $90 a barrel, the highest levels in more than 7 years, some peripheral drilling, particularly by smaller companies, is now becoming more feasible, even in places like Kansas and Utah, where the well produces there far less than some of the more prolific fields in Texas and New Mexico. A lot of these are wells that would produce, 50, 100 barrels per day kind of thing. I mean, very minimal numbers, but you get enough of them running, and there's money to be made. Now, Brent crude, the global benchmark, hit 95.39 on Monday. Actually, it's above 97 per barrel right now. Charter Oak Production is planning to bring one rig back to the Anadarko Basin this month and contract a larger rig to work there till late this year in hopes of doubling or maybe tripling their output from about 1,000 barrels per day. Now, oil field costs, they tell us, have climbed sharply. New activity and inflation. But at some point, high commodity prices will dent the demand and ultimately lead to lower prices. We've got a window of opportunity right now. Our costs are obviously up, but I'd rather have the higher cost and sell the product at $90. All right, putting drilling rigs back to work in the Anadarko Basin, would not have made sense when the price per barrel was about $45 or less back in 2020. There's that threshold where you're pulling oil out of the ground and it's costing you more to get it out than you can even sell it for. Cost prohibitive, that means. So why would you do that? They need it for those particular areas. They need like $60 per barrel oil. In some cases, even $80 per barrel to increase investments. But the average number of active rigs in that particular basin has surged from the pandemic low of 7 rigs to 46 now, according to the latest data. Several more than they had before the oil price collapsed in the spring of 2020. In the DJ Basin in Colorado, the average number of active rigs has risen to 15. That was down to 4 in 2020. The Powder River Basin in Wyoming and the Inta Basin in Utah, which both saw rig levels falling to 0 in 2020. The rig count has increased to almost a dozen. Now, all 3 of these areas need the higher prices to make the wells profitable. So we are beginning to see some of them. I think they need a whole lot more wells than what they've got going right now to make a dent in the overall, because the number we consume on any given day, it's astronomical. Eagle on board this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah, okay, I want to talk about some things tonight, Steve. Now, listen, as you know, Steve, I voice my opinion. I say what I want to say and how I want to say it, so I really don't care. Besides you, I always show you respect on your show, and I'll continue to do that. But as for your other listeners, I really don't care what they think about my comments or what I say, so I just wanted to get that started before I say what I'm about to say. Okay, Steve, I've been driving trucks since 1998, Steve. I started driving trucks when I had a very young age. I'm still fairly young, myself, because I started driving real young. Now I'm gonna put it to these guys this way, because I'm getting kind of fed up with these protests and these talks of protests. Now, I told you this a week or so ago, Steve. They pay me, my company pays me to drive a truck. That's what I get paid to do, to drive this truck. If this truck doesn't move, I don't make money, and the guy I drive for doesn't make money. Okay? That's why my boss man does not pay me to protest. And if I own the truck, I wouldn't pay my driver. I pay my driver to drive that truck to earn money for me and for his family. And if I found out that my truck was parked on the side of the road or parked in a blockade, that driver would be terminated, Steve, because my truck is not going to be used for a protest. If you want to protest, you protest on your own time. You protest you by walking or using a car. You don't use an 18-wheeler vehicle to block bridges. Anybody in their right mind, I don't like Trudeau just like everybody else out there. But to block an international bridge from Canada to the United States of America is not what a protest is all about, Steve. And it had to be stopped.
Well, let me
you
ask
are
you
blocking
this.
up millions of dollars.
Hold on, Eagle. Now, hold on a minute. First of all, I can tell you this. No one is participating in a convoy. No one is being forced to participate in the convoy. Every one of these men and women, they're going to be sacrificing their time and their opportunity to earn a living with their own trucks. These are mostly people that own their damn truck. They're sacrificing their time and their money to make a point to the government. Have you been told you're going to get a shot or you're going to be out of a job by your boss? And if your boss told you that, Eagle, would you go get it?
You already know that, Steve, that I haven't been vaccinated and don't intend that I will find somebody else to drive for.
Well, that's what,
your option.
That,
you don't.
Well, see,
you don't.
That's why I
because
asked
you don't want to get vaccinated.
That's why I asked you that question. Well, that's the point these drivers are making. All these drivers, anyone who crosses into Canada or from Canada into the United States, if they are a truck driver, they are out of a job right now because they are being told by the governments you cannot do that unless you get the shots, Eagle.
Okay, well, but what I'm trying to tell you, Steve, do you think I'm saying, okay, let's talk about not company driving, which is what I am. Even if you own your own truck, you do whatever the hell you want to do. If you want to get your truck confiscated by the government, like the Canadian truck drivers did, and then you're not going to earn any money when your truck is sold at an auction, that's your decision. I'm talking about, I'm speaking as a company driver. My boss man would not allow me to park this truck and blockade a bridge because he would terminate me, and I would do the same thing if I owned the company. But what I'm trying to say is,
the point being made right now is people in the United States, people in Canada, people in Australia, people in Norway, people in Finland are sick and tired of this government overreach. This taking this whole COVID thing and trying to control people's lives, control people's personal health decisions, and they're saying enough is enough. At what point, how far do you let them go? You want to just sit back and say, all right, the hell with it. Okay, I got to get the shot, or I'm out of a job. People have had enough. They're fed up, Eagle, and they're taking a stand.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, you already know I'm one of the biggest hell raisers out there, and that's the reason why I haven't been vaccinated, because I'm not. I told you how many times I've come on your show and told you that Joe Biden is not going to force me to do nothing. It's my body and it's my choice. And like I said, if I told you that last night, if I lived in Canada, before I get the vaccination against my will, I will move to another country because nobody tells me what to do with my body, and that includes this clown Trudeau up in Canada. But what I'm trying to say, Steve, is parking trucks in the middle of the interstate. Do you think that that's a positive outlook for truck drivers to go to Washington, D.C. and park their trucks on the beltway around Washington, D.C. to make a point? Blocking other people from going to work, blocking emergency vehicles. I looked at a YouTube video tonight from this guy who's organizing this deal. There's another guy that's doing it in Pennsylvania. And they asked him a question. They said, well, what about the average everyday person that knows that they're just going to work minding their own business that's going to be caught up in this blockade on the Beltway? He said, well, I don't give a damn about those people. I'm out here to make a point. So that's what I'm trying to say. Blocking roads, if you can form a protest, Steve, without using your 18-wheeler. We already have a bad enough reputation out here on the road among four-wheelers. The majority of four-wheelers don't even like truck drivers. Even though we bring the majority of the goods to the stores and this and that, they hate truck drivers. I can show you videos on my truck where I've been cut off purposely by four-wheelers simply because I'm driving a truck. Now, like I said before, it's not going to help the image of truck drivers to do this. And besides the point, Steve, you see, after all the protests that went down in Canada over the last 3 weeks, what was accomplished? Did Trudeau reduce the mandates? Did he give the truck drivers what they wanted? 3 weeks later, that they're at the same point that they was, and now they don't lost it.
Right. Well, right now it appears you would, and that's what Trudeau wants them to think. He wants everyone to think you've accomplished nothing. But quite honestly, I don't think they're done yet. And it's not, there's a difference in what's happening here, because it's not just, this is not a truck convoy or a truck protest or a truck blockade about trucking regulations, ELD mandates or speed limiters or hours of service. This is an issue that's affecting each and every individual in the entire country of the U.S., Canada, every person. Yeah, go back and witness. You had your truck drivers convoying through Canada. Hundreds of thousands of people supporting them lined the streets all along that entire route. You're going to see that as this convoy traverses this country, and you're going to see the people lined up from city to city, the everyday citizens supporting these truckers because they agree the government overreach has to come to an end. Will things end any differently in the United States versus Canada? Will Joe Biden, will Nancy Pelosi, will Chuck Schumer, will anyone in Washington even come out to have a discussion, a conversation with the people that are fed up? But I think there's this growing chorus. It's getting louder and louder. The people have reached the point of no return, the breaking point, the straw that broke the proverbial camel's back when it comes to government overreach. They feel like if we don't say something now, where does it end? You can't just sit back and let the government continue to do this, or we could find ourselves in a situation that Germany found itself in, people just following orders back in World War II. But I'm going to pause. I put Eagle back in queue. We got to get our news break a little bit behind, but we'll catch up. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Fears of war breaking out in Europe has intensified as Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a carefully choreographed political event, moved to recognize the independence of separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. The pro-Russian leaders of the separatist group were shown on TV pleading with Putin to acknowledge their independence. That was followed by an hour-long TV speech that culminated with the signing of the recognition decrees. Canadian lawmakers voted to extend emergency powers to allow police to quell any potential restarts of protest blockades by those opposed to the COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said the powers were still needed despite police ending a trucker convoy that blocked the downtown core of Ottawa, Canada's capital. Trudeau noted there were some truckers who might be planning further blockades. Wall Street was closed on Monday due to the holiday. This is USA Radio News.
Here's some great news. If you missed the deadline to sign up for health insurance, or if, like a lot of people, you just have a plan you're not happy with, you still have a choice. It's called Medishare. It's a Christian healthcare sharing program. There are more than 400,000 members now, and they love it. In fact, Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to that of health insurance. And Medishare really is the gold standard when it comes to healthcare sharing. It's been around more than 25 years. Members have shared more than $4 billion of each other's medical bills. Plus, Medishare is for you. It has saved its members billions by advocating on their behalf. Best of all, the typical savings for a family is around $6,000 a year. So if you think you're stuck with a high-cost health plan that doesn't have much to offer, think again. Medishare has a 98% customer satisfaction rating, and you are invited to be part of it. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Whether a fourth COVID booster shot is necessary is being discussed. USA Radio's Tim Berg is in our Phoenix bureau.
While there's no timetable on if and when a fourth COVID booster may be recommended, an FDA spokesman did confirm they are looking into new data to evaluate future possible COVID vaccines. As far as who will need that fourth booster, Dr. Megan Rainey is an emergency physician. She tells CNN,
people who are immunosuppressed. Those folks should be going out and getting their fourth shot because it is the equivalent of a third shot for the rest of us.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Lawmakers in the Idaho State House have approved a bill making it illegal for neighbors to deliver one another's ballot to the post office. Under the bill, delivering 10 or more ballots to the post office for others would be a felony. Delivering fewer than 10, that would be a misdemeanor. The bill now goes to the state Senate. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue, and Dynovite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynovite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynovite, the being at home, working with them, they all love it.
Me and Chewy are together 24/7.
Within 3 weeks, he's not scratching and itching, and he's an all-around happier dog.
DINOVITE.com.
Michigan men's basketball coach Juwan Howard is suspended for 5 games for his role in a post-game scrum on Sunday. The Wolverines played the Wisconsin Badgers and lost. Howard was upset that Wisconsin coach Greg Gard, whose team had the lead, called timeout with 15 seconds left in the game. Howard struck a Wisconsin assistant coach after a tense exchange with Gard in the handshake line. In addition to the suspension, Howard was also fined $40,000. Gard, who was not suspended, was fined $10,000. 2 Michigan players and a Wisconsin player each were suspended for 1 game. A slight change in how you are able to access your tax information. Details from USA's John Hunt.
The Internal Revenue Service has announced that taxpayers will be able to forego the use of facial recognition software in order to access their online accounts following the big controversy over the use of biometric data, according to the New York Times. No biometric data, including facial recognition, will be required if taxpayers choose to authenticate their identity through a virtual interview, according to the IRS in their statement today. In addition, photos gathered so far from users will be deleted from ID.me servers over the next few weeks, and any new photos taken this year will not be stored on any of the company's servers. For the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Find news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pick up where we left off there as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. All right, as far as the guy in, going to be rolling out of Pennsylvania, I have no idea how many trucks are going to participate in his convoy. Yeah, the larger convoy, which they believe, honestly, that there could be thousands involved. We'll see. They released more details about the route this past day. Yeah, starting Wednesday, they'll begin the convoy from Southern California, final destination D.C. They're not going into downtown D.C. Now, leaders of this say they're, of course, seeking to end the COVID-related mandates. As I mentioned, mandates that affect everyone. Organizers say this will be peaceful and unified. They plan to be joined by blue-collar workers, retired military personnel, security experts. And they ensure that plans will remain lawful and safe. They're not planning on raising hell in D.C., but the idea is that when you get enough people to join together for a common cause, maybe, just maybe, the leadership, our representatives, our elected representatives working for the people, may begin to Wake up. That's the hope. Day one, Wednesday morning. Depart Atlanto Stadium, arriving in Kingman, Arizona for an overnight stay. Thursday morning, depart Kingman, head east on 40 towards Lupton, Arizona. Arrive there for an overnight stay. Friday, depart Lupton, I-40 eastbound through New Mexico. Arrive in Glen Rio, Texas for an overnight stay. Saturday, depart Glen Rio. Arrive in Elk City, Oklahoma for an overnight stay. And they're not announcing where they're going to be staying at these various stops, just they're going to be in these respective areas. Sunday, we're up to February 27. Depart Elk City, Oklahoma, arrive in Veneta, Oklahoma. The following, let's see, that's Sunday. Monday morning, depart Veneta, Oklahoma, arrive in Sullivan, Missouri. March 1, depart Sullivan, Missouri, arrive in Indianapolis, Indiana. From Indianapolis, it's to Cambridge, Ohio. We're now up to Thursday, March the 3rd. Friday, March the 4th, depart Cambridge, Ohio, arrive in Hagerstown, Maryland. Saturday, March 5, depart Hagerstown, arrive in the D.C. Beltway area. They issued a mission statement to define the purpose of this nationwide demonstration. We've shared that's pretty much when, calling for the end of the mandates, some of these draconian mandates, the overreach of the federal government. But that's the plan of the People's Convoy. Now, they're not saying about, like the guy in PA saying, we're going to be a boa constrictor. We're going to bring things to a halt on the Beltway. I believe they plan to just roll around the Beltway. And if the numbers come to fruition as anticipated, and you'll probably very well see many, remember the convoys for Trump? The circles around the beltways around Cincinnati, Columbus, Indianapolis, all over the country. Spontaneous parades, as they called them, where the everyday American in their pickup trucks, in their SUVs, donned their vehicles in Trump 2020 flags, the American flag, the thin blue line, supporting their police and law enforcement. The anticipation is to see that kind of a crowd gathering, circling the nation's capital. You'd certainly think that our elected officials would at least want to come out and have a little bit of a conversation. You would think. All right, I'm going to get Eagle. I'm going to let you finish up. Give us your 2 cents there. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let me finish up by finish saying a couple things, Steve. Okay, man. Listen. Now the deal is like I told you before the break. When it comes to the strikes and all that, a lot of these guys are making this thing too difficult, Steve. If truck drivers really want to show the U.S. government or whatever government that they're in, if you really want to put the hurt to these people, what you do, you got to shut down these fuel trucks, these tank trucks that run this fuel to all these different gas stations around America. Do you realize how many, if they shut down if these tank drivers stop driving, how many people, last time I checked, you can't drive a car if you ain't got no gasoline in it. Okay, then, like I said, another thing they could do is shut down these grocery warehouses, the Walmart distributions, the Targets, the Krogers, all these places that trucks go in. You go to a Walmart distribution center on a Monday morning and see how many trucks are pulling into that Walmart with freight that they got to reload on a Walmart truck to take to stores all over the different places. You shut them trucks down for going to Walmart in these places, you can really put a hurt on the food chain. This is how you do a protest. You don't have protests by stopping your truck on the middle of the interstate. You don't think that that's a traffic safety violation, Steve? When you got cars running 60 or 70 miles an hour and you come up on a blockade of trucks that's at a complete stop. that you don't think that's a safety issue?
I'm not hearing where they're planning on blockading the Beltway. I believe they're going to have so many trucks on the Beltway that it'll just be a typical congestion nightmare. And yeah, a lot of people may have a difficult time getting to work. But I mean, I guess somebody's got to sacrifice a little something to get the message across to the leadership.
Okay, well, let's go about it another way then, Steve. Let's just look at the difference between Canada. Like I said, I don't like these. You already know I don't like neither one of these jackasses. I don't like Trudeau or Biden. I've been telling you that for the last few years about this Biden. But do you really think, Steve, that say another week or two after all these protests are all said and done, do you really think that Joe Biden or anybody that represents Joe Biden is actually going to talk to some truck drivers, the so-called leader of this organization, trucking a boycott? Do you really think that Joe Biden is going to talk to these guys about their concerns, about the price of fuel, about what's the vaccines and all this? Just like Trudeau hasn't talked to these people in Canada, the same thing is going to happen in the U.S. So like I said, I'll be making this phone call to you probably in about 2 or 3 weeks, and we'll still have the same issue that truck drivers have in America, and because it's not going to be solved in the next few weeks, I promise you that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. And you get your 2 cents worth in. But yeah, as I said, everybody's got another idea. If they followed through with your proposal of shutting down all the gas haulers ain't going to move no gas. Ain't nobody going anywhere. That's kind of impeding commerce. If you shut down the distribution centers for the groceries, then I guess the old grandma's not going to be able to get her medications. She's not going to be able to get her food. It's a very delicate line. You're walking on thin ice. You have to be cautious, and I think that's what they're planning to do with the People's Convoy. So we're going to obey the traffic laws. It's just going to be kind of would you call that a show of force? Showing how many of the everyday people in this country agree. Keep in mind, many of these drivers, truckers that are going to be participating in these convoys will be fully vaccinated. They've had their vaccine. They've had their booster. Thousands of the people that'll be lining the streets and the overpasses as they pass through will have their vaccine. It's not about whether you want the vaccine or not. It's about freedom of choice. People having a right to make their own decisions about their lives. That's what this is about. You can't force people to do something or take something which justifiably they do not know the long-term ramifications of. It's as simple as that. Let me get to the big moose on the loose. Morning, Moose. What's happening?
Well, I got up to let the dogs take a squirt, and damn if it wasn't noon already.
Uh-oh.
So let me see if I can shed a little light on this, okay? Talking about these people up there, I didn't see no big company setting up there in line.
No.
They wouldn't allow that to happen. These are owner-operators. These are independents, most of them. And here's the thing. They ain't got no job anyway, Steve, because they're saying, well, you can't go here if you're not vaccinated. You can't go there if you're not vaccinated. So they ain't got no business anyway. So they got nothing left to lose. Okay? And talking about, shutting down this warehouse or shutting down that warehouse or shutting down this. Now you're talking about a breach of contract. Okay? As a motor carrier, you sign a contract to deliver that freight. If you're under that freight and you try to pull that crap, then guess what? Everything in that trailer is now stolen. That's federal crime. Okay, these setting up there, they're not under loads. They can't get no loads because they got no job. And if they're getting the trucks repossessed, they ain't lost nothing because they ain't making no money with a damn truck now. They have to stand up, make a show. Hey, this is our last stand, buddy. This is the last stand at Dodge City because they ain't got nothing to lose. That one guy on there, they said, well, aren't you afraid of looking at your bank account? He said, I ain't worried about it. There ain't nothing in it anyway. Them people got nothing left to lose up there, And I can understand, being a hell-raising veteran company driver pushing around an automatic wonder for, the company man telling you what to do, may not understand how the logistics. I've been raising hell in this business for a long time, but it's been in my truck with my name on the door and my ICC number and DOT number on the door. It's mine, the whole show. And I'm going to do with whatever the hell I want to do with my trucks. If it's decided it comes down to that, it's my decision to do it. And I don't give a damn what you think I ought to do with my equipment. It was my blood, sweat, and tears that bought that equipment. It was me that put them numbers on the door. This is my show. And if I need to defend my show, then by God, I'll do it. And sometimes, and some people may ought to clue into this, sometimes it's better to sit quietly by and be thought a fool than to open your damn mouth and remove all doubt. And I've been in this business for 10 years. You ain't been doing nothing but holding the steering wheel for somebody else. Whoever you're working for has been in the business. Now, granted, you got to live in these trucks like a gypsy, like everything else, but I'm talking the bottom line of the situation is it ain't no skin off of your ass if that truck gets impounded. I'll just go work for somebody else. What about the man that owns that equipment? He ain't got that option. That's why them people are sitting up there. And I tell you what, I'm going to shut my mouth before I say something that's going to cause you all kind of repercussion, because I ain't about to do that. But I'll say this: educate yourself before you start preaching. We can go all the way back to Leviticus on what happens to people who don't educate themselves before they start preaching. In the Old Testament, they were taken down by the river and beheaded. But, I tell you what, with all that said, you know what? I'm glad I'm out of this crap. I about caught myself there. I'm glad I'm out of this crap.
Kebab,
and I tell you what, I don't give a damn what nobody thinks, because I ain't doing nothing but sitting here waiting for the dirt to hit me in the face. And with that, I'll say, thank you for taking my call, Steve.
And keep it between the spotted and the solid. Now, let me see. Carl says, can you please remind me again where the Highway Patrol commercial vehicle inspections will be taking place and the dates? Okay, yep, that's actually starting today, Carl. Trying to pull it up. Arizona, over the weekend, they announced this enforcement blitz, which, oddly enough, it will coincide with the time that the trucks are going to be rolling through Arizona. Is it just a coincidence, or was that intentional? I have no idea. Will they be pulling over a bunch of those participating in the convoy? Here's the story. Arizona Department of Public Safety announcing a multi-agency commercial vehicle enforcement blitz this week. Operation Southern Shield, Tuesday, in other words, today through Friday, on Interstate 10 from Phoenix to the New Mexico line and Interstate 19 to the international border. If they're leaving Southern California, I'm not sure. Is that convoy going to be rolling I-10? I think they will. Purpose of the enforcement effort is to target hazardous driving violations, conduct commercial vehicle inspections, blah, 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 the same thing. Spearheaded by the newly formed Arizona Department of Public Safety Commercial Vehicle Task Force. So you've got commercial vehicle enforcement troopers and the Arizona Department of Transportation Enforcement and Compliance Division officers. Other assisting agencies, the FMCSA, Pinal County Sheriff's Office, Marana Police Department, Oro Valley Police Department, Tucson Police Department, starting today. And 25 past the hour. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So essentially the headline reads, the invasion has begun. From the London Daily Mail, posted literally minutes ago, 3:25 Eastern Time, February 22 of 2022. Russia has invaded Ukraine. UK Health Secretary Sajid Javid says this morning, after Russian tanks, armored vehicles, and trucks were seen rolling into eastern regions overnight, following Putin's orders to deploy on what he described as a peacekeeping mission. A column of armored vehicles spotted in Donetsk, the main city of one of the two so-called republics, in the early hours this morning. At the same time, Ukraine said heavy shelling broke out along nearly all 250 miles of its front line, with the breakaway provinces leaving 2 of its soldiers dead, 12 injured, in a major escalation. We are waking up to a dark day in Europe, Javid says this morning. It's clear from what we've already seen and found out today that the Russians, President Putin, has decided to attack the sovereignty of Ukraine and its territorial integrity. Now, his rhetoric after an early morning meeting of the Cobra Emergency Committee marks a distinct escalation from words used overnight and gives a strong indication of actions that are likely to follow. He essentially said, from this, you can conclude the invasion of Ukraine has begun. Now, action overnight was limited. Joe Biden banned all new U.S. trade with the breakaway regions and opened the door to sanctions. Sanctioned individuals based there. He stopped far short of a swift and decisive response. that had been threatened. Jen Psaki promised more sanctions will follow later today. No immediate action from the UK's Boris Johnson, who's been outspoken in his support for Ukraine to this point. He's expected to brief the House of Commons shortly, having previously threatened to take action against Russian expatriates if the invasion went ahead. The European Union is also expected to levy sanctions. Zelensky, president of Ukraine, gave a 2 a.m. address to the nation in which he vowed to resist Russia's attempts to break up the country, declaring, "We are not afraid of anyone or anything. We don't owe anyone anything, and we won't give anything to anyone." Eyes will now be on the eastern front lines to see exactly how far Putin is willing to test the West's resolve. In recognizing the two independents this past day, not clear whether he meant the parts currently occupied by separatist troops or the wider regions, which could mean rolling troops into a much larger piece of territory. There's also strong doubts about whether Putin will stop at recognizing the two republics. In the hours-long speech to the Russian nation before signing his order, he seemed to be laying out a case for seizing the whole of Ukraine, arguing it has no history of statehood, was created by Lenin, is a corrupt U.S. and NATO vessel, and has been directly threatening Russia's security. What we've all been kind of fearing, the way it sounds this morning. You know, what did I say as we broke across the midnight hour Eastern time on 2/22 of 22? Will there be any significance to this date in the future? It could very well go down as a day in the history books, but we shall pause there for a news break and get back to your calls. You'd like to jump on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, so I'm going to download the latest news break here, if I can get it to kind of do its thing, and come back with more after this. First, real quick, let me see. It's been 3 years in the making. The world's largest cruise ship, finally ready to welcome passengers. Measuring a staggering 1,188 feet, Royal Caribbean's Wonder of the Seas is due to begin its maiden voyage from Fort Lauderdale, Florida to the Caribbean on March the 4th. 18-deck cruise ship built in Saint-Nazaire, France, has the capacity for, get a load of this, 6,988 guests, 2,300 crew members. I mean, yeah, we're talking just shy of 10,000 people aboard that ship at any given time. Back in a moment, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Fears of war breaking out in Europe has intensified as Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a carefully choreographed political event, moved to recognize the independence of separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. The pro-Russian leaders of the separatist group were shown on TV pleading with Putin to acknowledge their independence. That was followed by an hour-long TV speech that culminated with the signing of the recognition decrees. Canadian lawmakers voted to extend emergency powers to allow police to quell any potential restarts of protest blockades by those opposed to the COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said the powers were still needed despite police ending a trucker convoy that blocked the downtown core of Ottawa, Canada's capital. Trudeau noted there were some truckers who might be planning further blockades. Wall Street was closed on Monday due to the holiday. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first, but with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, And we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Tuesday morning with the news I just shared before the break there. I just did a quick search on where do gas, the price per barrel, oil prices stand right now. Brent crude has surpassed $99 per barrel already at this hour. So we've gone from at the close of the day, it was a little over 95, 96. Even here during the overnight hours with the news, kind of breaking out of Russia, Ukraine. Also, here in the United States, there was a major refinery explosion in New Orleans this past day, which threatens to hasten the rise in prices. Supplies could find themselves even more constrained. The explosion, according to oilprice.com, shook homes. It could be heard for miles. Marathon Petroleum Corporation's oil refinery in Garyville, Louisiana, one of the nation's largest refineries, and a major supplier of gas and diesel, a capacity of 578,000 barrels per day. And again, that's all the info they had from this past afternoon. I guess I'd have to do a little more searching to see what more, how much damage has been done. Is the facility going to be completely offline, or what's happening there? But I just say, well, fill up the tank. What the hell? That's what can you say? We knew it would happen, but all right. Good morning, Knucklebuster. What's happening? You got some good news, I hope.
Oh yeah, Vladimir, take another shot of vodka, dude, and chill out there, man. Well, let's see, Steve. It's $4.49 for diesel over here in North Little Rock, Arkansas. I expect to see that higher tonight there, right? That's not good.
Likely.
I'm like you. I need to go. Yeah, I need to go fill up there, I see you're still letting Minister / American Eagle get your blood pressure up there. He needs to be like Aaron Tippin, you got to stand for something or you fall for anything there, right? And I'm spot on with Moose, even though I'm a company driver. It's not my butt on the line out here in this truck. But if I'm sitting in a traffic jam, I'm part of the protest there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I read on that trucker convoy there, but the last time I was up there in Washington D.C. there I was back in 1985, and I was singing Dan Seals and Marie Osmond, Meet Me in Montana. I'll meet that girl anywhere as long as it wasn't in D.C., right? Do you see where Medina Spirit was stripped of its Kentucky Derby victory?
I did indeed see that. Yeah, but funny thing is, for all the people that wagered on the horse that now officially won the race, you don't get compensated. That horse, I think that horse went off, 26-1? People that put money on that stood to make a big win with that.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't think you can go back well, maybe you can. I don't know. They can do a lot of things nowadays that they used to couldn't do.
Yeah, but they've already
they be able to track you down and get that money back, right?
No, they've already said if you wagered on the new winner that sorry about your luck. Nothing's going to change.
Oh yeah, well you win some, you lose some, right?
Yep.
Well, with that, anytime you cheat, you don't deserve the right to be recognized there. That's kind of like old Mark McGuire, Roger Clemens, Sammy Sosa, Alex Rodriguez, Barry Bonds. They never made it into the Hall of Fame because of their reported steroid use. So, you had your name in the bright lights there for just a fleeting moment, but you will be eventually forgotten because you cheated there, right? I saw where the NFL and the XFL have agreed to a partnership on rules, equipment, experimentation. Oh, what are they fixing add some more teams there, Steve. I don't know. That may be something. We'll have football 24/7 before long there.
Right.
Well, and Amazon even wants the NFL to air an NFL game on Black Friday, so that it keeps you out of the store and have you buying stuff online through Amazon there, watching the football game there. And, well, let's see. The SEC can't make their mind up whether they want to have divisions or pods. I don't know what the difference would be, but, you know, by 2025, there'll be a 16-team division. And extra, read all about it, Mr. Steve Summers, University of Alabama. And I said the University of Alabama Vice President of Student Life resigns after he got arrested for soliciting a prostitute.
Oh, no.
I guess we can sing old Joe. Yeah, we can sing that Joey and Rory song to him. Teeter, where'd you meet that no good white trash hoe? So, and then, well, I might make some people mad over there on the other side of the pond. There, they got a poem going on about Andrew, and that who it is there? There's one with the sex scandal. The Grand Old Duke of York. He had 12 million quid. He gave it to someone he had never met for something he never did, and that's the truth. That's kind of like that French guy that wound up dead in that prison the other day. There was associated with Jeffrey Epstein. There, he's Maxine Usfl. She better hire her some real big time security. Read where a guy over in Arkansas, he run over this bicyclist and then just throwed the dead body up in the back of his pickup and went home, Steve. And that's where they found him at. He still even had the body in the back of his pickup. Now, come on, you know better than that. But I knew it couldn't be that newspaper guy that calls him Big, whatever his name is. I'm not about to call any man that. It was on the other side of the state anyway. Well, my question for Arkansas is how come the Arkansas Hogs don't ever play them ASU Indians? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. They call themselves the Red Wolves now. They can't use Jumpin' Joe. Excuse me. And the last time I got, Steve, horse feathers, I use a Garmin to check the traffic ahead of me. And I heard this great Baptist preacher, David Jeremiah, say one time, Steve, that a Garmin was just like the Holy Spirit. When you make a left turn, it'll bring you right back to where you need to be anyway. And that's all of my bull-owning and a little bit of steak this morning. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers.
Thank you, Knucklebuster. Yeah, he's right about the Kentucky Derby. Medina Spirit stripped of the victory. Mandaloun declared the winner. After a ruling by the state racing stewards yesterday, now if you wagered on Mandaloun to win in the pari-mutuel pool, you will not be refunded or paid, despite the disqualification of Medina Spirit. They explain Kentucky Horse Racing Commission regulations state that, quote, payments of valid pari-mutuel tickets shall be made on the basis of order of finish as declared official by the stewards or judges. A subsequent change in the order of finish or award of purse money that may result from a subsequent ruling by the stewards, judges, or commission shall not affect the pari-mutuel payout. All right, there's about $155+ million that were bet on the Derby in that pari-mutuel pool. An estimated 11 to 12 million was bet on Medina Spirit based on his odds to win of 12 to 1. An estimated 3 to 4 million was stacked on Mandaloun, who went off at 26 to 1. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. That could have been a big payday for some people, but I guess the Kentucky Racing Commission, sorry about your luck. What can we tell you? Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, back at it here on a Tuesday morning. Who's next up on the list here? Looks like Gilligan is on board. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I know I got imitated earlier by none less than the former Big Moose. I think that's another recording. He just keeps talking and talking and talking and don't stop. So more than likely it's a recording. Eagle. I mean, obviously these companies are not going to let their drivers enter this protest. Common sense will tell you that you can't drive your truck even a couple hundred miles to go do a protest. You're using their fuel, you're using their equipment, and all that. Hey, if the thing is, owner operators, they can do it. Yes, it's going to hurt them between the fuel, the downtime, and all that. But I support them in doing that. Now, Moose brought up this, that those of us that are company drivers are not really into business. Now, technically, he is right. But we still have a lot to do with this business. It's not as cut and dry as Moose makes it out to be. I mean, another one situation, if you're being paid percentage, which I was years ago, you got to look at those numbers. Now that ain't the same as paying all that money out. Don't get me wrong. But, and I agree with most of your callers about how these lease deals. No, that's not being an owner operator. Yeah, before somebody says something, that was my truck going into shutdown. I'm sitting on the ramp here for a second. Well, Steve, did you see the picture of that Hayward Burton's car when he was upside down? Did you see that picture?
I did not. No, sir.
Well, you look it up, I swear that car looks like an old Matchbox car that we played with when we was kids. It was smooth on the bottom. Yeah, it was rather interesting. And, people talking about Brad Keselowski putting people in the wall. Well, that's been happening for years. Brad Keselowski has been at each other for years, the other drivers for years. Do you remember the year that him and Jeff Gordon almost got into a fist fight?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You remember that one?
Right.
Over that, it just, this is nothing new out of Brad Keselowski. I don't have a maker in the fight. I'm a Dodge mate. I've got a Challenger and a Durango in the garage, and the only reason I'm still driving my old Ford pickup is because it's still running, and I was in a bind when I bought it back 11 years ago or whatever, But that's crazy. That, what was it, 7 of the top 10 were Fords?
Yes.
2 Japper Crappers, and the only Chevrolet was in 10th place in the top 10. Yeah, that's... Yeah, Ford made a statement. I don't care for it, but they made a statement. I was going back to Keselowski. Dodge, I never could figure this out. The last year they run, did you know Brad Keselowski run a Penske Dodge that year? That was the last year Dodge was back in it in 2012, and he won the championship. Was you aware of that?
I did not realize that, no.
Yep, they won the last championship they run that year. Dodge, they said, come out of it in the 77, I think it was, when 77, I think it was, when they quit running, Petty's quit running Dodges. But actually, there was 79 and 80, there was a few Dodges run out there. And when they downsized the cars, they was Dodge Aspens and Plymouth Ferraris against the Monte Carlos, the square box Monte Carlos, and the T-Birds. And really, the Ford Chevrolet teams were going nuts. If you look at a 79 or 80 Dodge Aspen or Plymouth Ferrari up against a Monte Carlo or a T-Bird those years, the T-Birds and Monte Carlos were absolute nightmares in the wind tunnels. But unfortunately, the Aspens, the people running the Aspens and the Ferraris did not have the money behind them. Chrysler was in serious trouble. They didn't have the power plants to keep up. But that's a little bit of NASCAR history there. I know I probably bored half your audience, and half your audience actually learned something interesting. That part I'm saying something interesting, I guess. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. But you want to look up that car and look at the bottom of it. That thing looks like a Matchbox car on the bottom. It is smooth. There ain't hardly anything. You remember how the old Matchbox car?
Oh yeah, nothing there.
That's the way it looks.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Gilligan, have a good morning. We got to get our news update here. And we will come back with our final hour on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Tensions between Russia and Ukraine escalated as Russian President Vladimir Putin took steps that many see as the groundwork for an invasion. Putin said he would recognize 2 separatist regions of eastern Ukraine as independent and ordered troops to conduct operations in that part of Donbas. Despite the closing window on diplomacy, French ambassador to the U.S. Philippe Etienne told CBS News they would do everything they can to avoid war.
But this implies, as I said, in very close coordination between allies, a deterring action and also the use of diplomatic tools.
U.S. Embassy staff in Ukraine have been relocated to Poland. Wall Street was closed today for the President's Day holiday. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see MyPillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items too at mypillow.com.
Michigan men's basketball coach Juwan Howard is suspended for 5 games for his role in a post-game scrum on Sunday. The Wolverines played the Wisconsin Badgers and lost. Howard was upset that Wisconsin coach Greg Gard, whose team was up by 15 points, called timeout with 15 seconds left in the game. Howard struck Wisconsin assistant Joe Krabenhoff after a tense exchange with Gard in the handshake line. Howard was also fined $40,000. Gard was punished with a $10,000 fine, while 2 Michigan players and a Wisconsin player were each suspended for 1 game. Madonna Spirit was stripped of last year's Kentucky Derby victory, and Mandaloon was declared the winner. Madonna Spirit tested positive for a steroid that is legal in Kentucky but banned on race day. Trainer Bob Baffert was banned for 2 years after the positive test. Madonna Spirit died after a training run at Santa Anita in December. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
One shark is expanding his empire. The details from USA's Tim Berg.
Billionaire investor Mark Cuban announced the launch of his online pharmacy at the beginning of the year. Cuban was asked on Fox Business if he'd ever consider running for president in the future, and he says he thinks this new company will be a better focus for him.
What I'm finding out, particularly with costplusdrugs.com, I can have a far greater impact than trying to pretend whether I'm a Republican or a Democrat and playing party politics.
He says the goal of the online pharmacy is to eliminate middlemen and bring lower drug prices to Americans. A Gallup poll released in September found that some 18 million Americans reported being unable to afford at least one doctor-prescribed medication in the previous 3 months. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Canadian lawmakers voted to extend emergency powers to allow police to quell any potential restarts of protest blockades by those opposed to COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said the powers were still needed despite police ending a trucker convoy that blocked the downtown core of Ottawa, Canada's capital. Trudeau noted there were some truckers who might be planning further blockades. A Massachusetts man was arrested for trying to enter the tiger enclosure after breaking into Boston's Franklin Park Zoo. 24-year-old Matthew Abraham scaled several fences, ignored warning signs, but wasn't able to gain access to the tigers. I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, did you jump on board this past day? The new social media platform? Yeah, the much anticipated Truth Social. That's Donald Trump's platform. Yeah, actually debuted in Apple's App Store. And apparently there was massive demand that caused trouble for some users trying to create an account. One attempt to create a Truth social media account Monday morning after downloading the app and verifying the user's email address resulted in the phone number repeatedly receiving an error message. Other users reported seeing error messages after entering a birth date or email address to create an account. Yeah, the message would say, something went wrong, please try again. Other users reported being placed on a wait list after signing up. CNET says, due to the massive demand, we have placed you on our waiting list. But it is up and running. Truth Social marks Trump's return to social media after being banned from Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. All right, so yeah, Trump is back. I have not tried it out just yet, but for those inclined to do so, there it is, up and running. Hey, so we got our final hour underway this morning. Let's get back to the calls, see what's going on with Rob this morning. Hello, Rob.
Morning, Steve. Skating around here a little bit in Wisconsin. Got the freezing drizzle going on where you gotta, use all your windshield washer fluid in the first 15 minutes of the ride, and
I hate
pull
that.
over and get another gallon. Yeah. But I was gonna call in last night, and I thought I heard Knucklebuster say, first of all, I'm glad his daughter's on the mend and getting better. I thought I heard him say that she wasn't supposed to drive for like 6 months, and he came home and saw her skinnying out of the driveway in the car. And you got to be a little careful with that. Speaking from personal experience, like in the last 5 years, I broke my ankle and I had rotator cuff surgery, and being a stubborn German that I am, no doctor's going to tell me I'm not going to drive if I need to go to the store. I'm going to the store.
Yeah.
Well, my insurance guy and my doctor said, if you get in an accident and it's not your fault, it will be your fault for just being there. Because under doctor's orders, you're not supposed to be driving. You're going to be on the hook for any damages, medical expenses, because you're not supposed to be there,
Yeah.
But so I drove anyway. You just have to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
I understand how it goes, but in regards to the Canadian truckers, I don't have any problem with their peaceful protests. Blocking a bridge is one thing, and like you said, causing a little congestion to get some attention is another thing. You gotta get your point across somehow, some way, but there's a line between breaking the law and not. I mean, how often have you seen pictures from the 60s with peaceful protesters sitting in the road, Indian style, and they get picked up by the police by their arms and carried off to jail while they're blocking a road? That's a problem. But question for you: I heard you talk about before about Ukraine. As rich as they are with everything that you listed that they have there, is that why Russia wants to go in there? Are they in financial despair that they need to, have something that the rest of the world wants to buy?
I would certainly think. I mean, Russia's been struggling financially for years with other, sanctions and all, but I mean, undoubtedly, all the resources that they would have at their disposal. It's a lot of value there, and then of course the seaport, and I don't know, what's going to happen with the Nord Stream now? I guess based on what we've been told by this administration, that project's going to end right now. Which of course Germany won't be happy about that. They were looking forward to getting that, but.
Correct. You know, in our lifetime, I thought the days of seeing, I thought everybody had their borders established. And there, you know, you looked at the map and this was the outline of that country, and you looked at the map and that was the outline of that country. I didn't think that, you know, we needed to be invading anymore just to extend our boundaries. But I guess when money's involved, things happen.
Yep.
So that's all I got, Steve. Thank you.
So we are kind of seeing things that I'm with you. I didn't think we would see these kind of things in my lifetime. All right. Active weather pattern across the western U.S. right now, and the arrival of a storm in the northwest will result eventually in some pretty widespread impacts from California to the central and southern Rockies. All right, an area of low pressure is going to dive southeastward across the Pacific Northwest, bringing a swath of snow across Washington and Oregon, all the way down to Nevada and Utah today. Steady snow will slowly taper off across the Pacific Northwest, then transition southward across the southern Cascade Range, the Sierra Nevada, the central and southern Rockies. Yeah, they're saying more than 4 feet of snow is possible in some parts of the southern Rockies by the time this storm concludes. Snow levels across Southern California will be falling rapidly today into Tuesday night, ending up as low as maybe 2,000 feet in the San Gabriel and 3,000 feet in the Santa Rosa Mountains. That means travel's going to be slippery over the Grapevine from Tuesday night to Wednesday morning. Snow's expected to reach the intermediate levels from southwest Oregon to southeast Arizona, and even raise concerns for some of the frequented mountain passes. This storm's going to bring snow to pass levels, leading to slow, difficult travel, especially Tuesday night into early Wednesday. California mountain passes, such as the Grapevine, Tejon, and Cajon, are all included on that list, they tell us. By Wednesday morning, periods of snow arrive across southeastern Arizona. Most of the snowfall from this event will taper off by Wednesday night. Now, looking at by later on tonight, Tuesday night, record-breaking low temperatures are forecast for Portland and Seattle. Overnight temps in Portland Tuesday night, a low of 21 degrees. That would break the previous record of 24 from 2018. Seattle, you're expected to drop to a low of 22 tonight, Tuesday night, challenging the previous record of 24. Daytime temperatures, Reno, you're going to take a plunge this week. Highs today and Wednesday reaching only the mid-30s. That's going to be a big change from the 60-degree temperatures you had over the weekend. Even in Salt Lake City, you're going to take a 20, 30-degree drop this week compared to daytime temperatures last weekend. Going to be looking at daytime highs below freezing by Wednesday. That's a good 20 below where you would normally be this time of year. Of course, we've got wind advisories, high wind watches for some counties spanning the California desert region to northern Arizona. Desert Hot Springs, California, recorded a wind gust of 67 miles per hour about the noon hour this past day. So if you're going to be rolling out west, strong crosswinds will threaten high-profile vehicles on interstates this morning. Travel delays due to winds possible. Portions of Highway 58, 178, 395 and 14, some of the interstates, 10, 15, and 40, blowing snow, reduced visibility. Power outages can all occur with these strong winds. You were very dry in January, right? California may be delighted at the idea of rain in the coming days. Los Angeles received a total of less than 0.2 of an inch of rain in the month of January. Current total stands at 6/100ths of an inch of rain so far in February. You're expected to receive some occasional showers today and Wednesday. So if you're going to be traveling in Southern California on either day, be aware of the changing road conditions. Typically, after a prolonged period of generally dry weather, roads become almost like a sheet of ice, especially when the rain first begins. All that oil and drippings off automobiles and whatnot all begin to float up and slow it down. Hello to the high-pressure pumpkin this morning. What's going on?
Well, hello there, Mr. Steve, and thanks for taking my call. Got a couple quick comments, and then I'll let you back to your show. Is Americans gonna support and follow this trucker convoy? I run up and down I-69 in the great Hoosier State over here daily, and big farms along their fence row already have big signs and banners up saying we support the American U.S. convoy.
Really? Interesting.
Is Mr. Biden and his posse going to come out and talk to him? No. Was Trudeau and his posse going to come out and talk to him? No. You listen to the mainstream media, and all you heard was the dirty truckers, the dirty protesters. But in this modern day age, anybody was able to pick up their phone or get on a computer and get on YouTube Live and watch with your own eyes the truth. Every angle of that protest 24 hours a day was being filmed and on YouTube Live from numerous different truckers, YouTubers. And there was two YouTubers I sort of listened to as I was rolling down the road. And on this past weekend, when the police were moving in and they were showing it live, one of the trucker YouTubers made a comment. He said, be all realistic. Was this going to last forever? No. Was Trudeau ever going to come out and talk to us? No. But he said, our hopes was that we opened enough people's eyes, get people to see the truth, or it's too late. And I hope. Will this U.S. convoy be filmed? Yeah, there's going to be people following it, and hopefully people will see it with their own eyes and not believe the mainstream media. But,
remember, the mainstream media was the mainstream was painting the convoy in Canada, and even Trudeau and the media there in Canada, portraying them as a bunch of fringe, radical right wingers. Yeah, it went so far as to call them a bunch of swastika flag wavers.
Yeah, one of the YouTube people that I was listening to, he knew all the mainstream media, and he was pointing them out. He was saying, that's so-and-so from the Canadian Broadcasting Agency. And he said, he pointed next to him, and he said, look, the mainstream media had their own bodyguards around them to keep them safe, but they're out there just painting the whole thing bad.
Yep.
But my last comment, Jolly Green and Monkey Gouger, appreciate everything guys have to say, and Jolly Green, appreciate taking care of your boy. There's a passage, Jeremiah 1:5. It says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you was born, I set you apart. Every person breathing, whether outside of the womb or in the womb, has a purpose in life. And anybody who's not had the opportunity volunteer for Special Olympics has no idea what you are missing. I had the privilege, and I hope my two boys take the opportunity. I had the privilege to volunteer in my high school for Special Olympics. When you're a support or a helper for a Down syndrome boy, you're there supporting him. He may not even, in his race, he might not even go 15 feet, and he's done with the race. But no matter what, he's the happiest person out there. He's cheering. He may have come in last place, but you're not going to break his spirit. He is happy. And it gives you a total different outlook of life. I hope my two boys take the opportunities to volunteer for Special Olympics. So Jolly Green and Monkey Gouger, I appreciate everything you guys said. And Mr. Steve, that's all I had. You have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Great to hear from you, High Pressure Pumpkin. Thank you for checking in. And we shall return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I'll be honest, I'm not a frequent shopper at the Family Dollar. You a fan of the Family Dollar stores? Family Dollar has temporarily closed over 400 of its stores after a warehouse was infested with rodents. Yeah, they made the announcement, I guess, Friday that they would issue a voluntary recall of numerous categories of products regulated by the Food and Drug Administration from 404 stores because of the presence of rodents at the distribution center in Arkansas. We are notifying affected stores, asking them to check their stock immediately and discontinue the sale of any affected product. Customers that may have bought affected product can return such product to the Family Dollar store where they purchased, even without receipt. The Food and Drug Administration said in their own statement that products bought from January 1 onward from stores in Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, or Tennessee may be unsafe. Those products include food, cosmetics, pet food, medical devices, and over-the-counter medicines. According to the statement, inspectors found both live and dead rodents in various states of decay, rodent fecal matter and urine Evidence of gnawing, nesting, and rodent odors throughout the facility. Dead birds and bird droppings and products stored in conditions that did not protect against contamination. Food and Drug Administration said that they had recovered 1,100 dead rodents after the warehouse was fumigated. Yummy! You got something a little extra in your milk duds there, right? All right, the Associate Commissioner of Regulatory Affairs said in a statement, families rely on stores like Family Dollar for products like food and medicine. They deserve products that are safe. No one should be subjected to products stored in these kind of conditions that we found at the Family Dollar Distribution Center. Yeah, these conditions will be violations of federal law that put families' health at risk. We're going to continue to work to protect the consumer, but so that place was just overrun. Mice everywhere. I don't know, rats, mice, what was it? I'm guessing probably rats, right? Who knows? Rodents. Yummy. Jeff said, hey, get a hold of Fly Rod. Maybe he could come up with a cookbook for rodents. All right, let me see here. A couple minutes before we hit news update, let me check in with Doug here this morning. Morning, Doug. What's going on?
Yeah, what's that driver's name that lives in Australia? What's his handle?
Sylvester.
Sylvester, yes. Well, I'd like him to call in. I want to hear some more of what his take is on Ukraine and Russia.
All right, I'm not sure. I know Sylvester was with us earlier because he was commenting and talking with some of the other drivers out there. I'm not sure if he's still with us at this hour, but we got about 30 minutes left of the program. I think it cost him a few cents to call in per minute, I guess, like international calling from Australia, but
he called in today. I must have missed him.
No, he didn't call in. I know he was chatting like via the Facebook or the YouTube. He was there chatting with some of the drivers, but he haven't talked to Sylvester in a few days. Yeah, he's just typically more to chime in on the discussion board, which I can see via like Facebook, I guess. I don't know. He probably does YouTube more than Facebook. I know he's not a big fan of Facebook. I don't know. Meanwhile, 29 past the hour, our number 844-844-3388. I don't know how they get something like this together, organized to do this sort of a crazy thing, but an estimated 300 vehicles converged on Richmond, Virginia to take over the city and engage in illegal activities over the weekend. Police say the cars entered the city about 9 o'clock Saturday evening, stopped at various locations where they posed a threat to public safety, blocking intersections, reckless driving. Police said multiple vehicles were seen performing donuts and burnouts in parking lots and other spots around the city. Officers thwarted the organized effort in 6 locations, issuing 45 summons for various offenses before the drivers finally dispersed after the midnight hour. One driver charged with felony eluding of law enforcement, reckless driving, illegal window tint. I don't know if this was just like some car group or a lot of times they get these groups together to go out some of these old country roads and they'll stage drag racing and whatnot. They'll shut the road down. And until police arrive, so I guess just 300 cars though. I mean, that's crazy. Well, what else we got going on here? Coming up, we'll get back to your calls. You'd like to check in this Tuesday morning. It's 844-844-3388. First, a news break on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Fears of war breaking out in Europe has intensified as Russian President Vladimir Putin, in a carefully choreographed political event, moved to recognize the independence of separatist regions in eastern Ukraine. The pro-Russian leaders of the separatist group were shown on TV pleading with Putin to acknowledge their independence. That was followed by an hour-long TV speech that culminated with the signing of the recognition decrees. Canadian lawmakers voted to extend emergency powers to allow police to quell any potential restarts of protest blockades by those opposed to the COVID-19 restrictions. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said the powers were still needed despite police ending a trucker convoy that blocked the downtown core of Ottawa, Canada's capital. Trudeau noted there were some truckers who might be planning further blockades. Wall Street was closed on Monday due to the holiday. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Carl sends me an interesting article from Newsweek magazine from about 5 years ago, which at the time says Russian President Vladimir Putin essentially wants to restore and rebuild the Soviet Union and restore Russia as a major power in the world, says the former head of the British Army. I always like to remind people regarding Vladimir Putin that he said publicly that the worst thing, let me underline that happened in the 20th century, as in worse than 2 world wars, worse than the Holocaust, worse than the Great Depression, the worst thing was the fall of the Soviet Union, says General Sir Mike Jackson. It tells you quite a lot, I think, about Putin, because he sees modern Russia as the inheritor of the great power status which the Soviet Union used to have, and I think he's trying to rebuild that. It's a theme that's there, to rebuild modern Russia as a major power in the world, as the Soviet Union was in his view. I believe that's true. Referencing an address that Putin delivered all the way back in 2005 to the nation's top politicians in parliament, in which he said, above all, I'm quoting, above all, we should acknowledge that the collapse of the Soviet Union was a major geopolitical disaster of the century. As for the Russian nation, it became a genuine drama. Tens of millions of our co-citizens and co-patriots found themselves outside Russian territory. Moreover, the epidemic of disintegration infected Russia itself. Others contend it's somewhat hyperbole that Putin wants to restore the Soviet Union. Yeah? Maybe not so. I think he's a very patient individual. He's waited all this time. All right, maybe this is the beginning of something greater, something bigger. Who knows? All right, meanwhile, let me see. Haven't heard from Philip in a few days. Any of our drivers out there? I know some of you chat with him, like during after hours and whatnot, but he hadn't called in. Hope everything's all right with Philip. He normally checks in on a pretty regular basis, unless he's on vacation or something. I don't know. Let's see here. Big Sexy, what's going on there?
I'm just out here trying to make my deliveries and keep an eye on these storms and all that. You got the radar up and, doing the storm spotting thing while I'm trying to deliver papers. But I had the radio playing in the background, and seems like somebody just can't keep my name out of their mouth, can they?
Who's that? I know your name did come up earlier. Big somebody or other. I mean, yeah, right. Because he ain't gonna call nobody sexy.
Yeah. I don't. I try not to listen to anything that idiot says, and I just let him lie since all that happened before, and I haven't even said a word about him. And he just can't let it go. He has to bring me back into it. I mean, if he has a problem with me, I told him before, just say the place and time, and I'll meet up with him. Matter of fact, I'm not too far from I-40 right now. He lives in Little Rock. But get away from that. He's not really worth my time.
Don't forget your brass knuckles.
I wouldn't need brass knuckles. I could break his jaw and shut his mouth permanently. But this is a hot mic, and you make sure you, if that was in the last 20 minutes of the podcast there, Knuckle Buster, so you make sure your lawyer got a hold of that just in case. Because I don't use lawyers. I take care of stuff myself. I'm man enough to do that. He must not be. But I'll let that go. Other than that, that's about all I got. I did go to the doctor the other day after I talked to you, Steve, and come to find out that I tested negative for the COVID or the flu. It's just, I guess, a common cold or allergy that would give me a problem, and I'm completely over it now.
Oh, that'd be a good thing, yeah. So you mean the common cold does actually still exist?
I guess, because they said I tested negative for COVID or the flu.
Okay.
And she gave me some antihistamines and a nasal spray to clear me up. And after about 2 days over the weekend, I feel great. I've always got a cough from my medicine for other stuff causes that. But other than that, I guess that's just a common cold or the allergies one that was giving me a problem. So, but I'll let you get on to another caller and let you kind of wind the show down. I know you're probably getting ready to get out of there as soon as you can.
Yeah, we headed down the home stretch, as we like to say. All right, well, hey, thanks for checking in this morning. Katie barred the door. Well, I don't even know what he didn't say anything derogatory, did he? Let's see. Truck and Phil on board, Semper Fi. Morning, Steve Sommers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Overnight drive. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Going to be a rainy one all day. Ready to head out to Sterling Heights. Flip back to Fort Wayne. And, of course, only 306 days till Christmas. Wheelchair Dave sent me an email a bit earlier this morning. How we doing, Dave? Said, hey, sounds like you and the princess are working overtime trying to line up people to interview at the Mid-America Truck Show. Should be a great time. Anyway, speaking of older callers, do you ever hear from Chef Boyardee? Our old friend Doug, the fisherman from Florida, or that trucker from London, England that used to call in? I don't remember who it was from London. Yes, Sylvester from Australia. We do hear from him. But no, Chef Boyardee, he was from, where was he? Somewhere down in Georgia, I think. Was he down in Atlanta, I believe? Haven't heard from him in quite some time. And Doug from Florida. Long time. I wonder if they know where we're even at. Anyway, he said, finally, shout out to Always Moving and Mary and Freddie the Freeloader there. Wheelchair Dave listening in Lake Lanier, Georgia. Or is it Georgia? 16 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. If you frequent AccuWeather, you can see kind of a computerized depiction of what this would have looked like. Marine biologists have confirmed an enormous wave off the coast of Canada in 2020 was the largest rogue wave, as they call it, to ever be recorded. November of 2020, a 58-foot tall rogue wave crashed in the waters off of British Columbia, Canada. Anybody know what a rogue wave is? A rogue wave, a wave that has a swell greater than twice the height of the waves directly before them and after them. These waves happen in open water. They grow more than double the height of their neighboring waves. The recent rogue wave was detailed in a study published in Scientific Reports. The buoy that recorded the event was deployed at Amphitrite Bank, about 4 miles offshore of British Columbia. August of 2020, this was. This was one of the many buoys to be part of a network of sensors that comprise the Marine Lab's CoastalWare platform. The buoy is able to record data in 20-minute bursts every 30 minutes. When the rogue wave hit that buoy in November of 2020, it was so large that it raised the buoy about 58 feet. That wave was over 3 times as large as the waves that came before it and after it. Only a few rogue waves in high seas states have actually been observed directly, but nothing of this magnitude. Now, the lead author of the study said the probability of such an event occurring is maybe once in 1,300 years. Rogue waves were originally thought to be a myth and were dismissed as exaggerated accounts. In modern technology, scientists have been able to confirm the existence of rogue waves in recent decades, which kind of brings to mind, what was it, the Poseidon Adventure? Wasn't that the one? Rogue wave. Can you imagine being out there, a cargo ship, or, better yet, a cruise ship? What happens if a 58-foot wave is bearing down on you? And they happen. All right, we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I was checking out the video of the extracurricular activities that occurred after the Michigan-Wisconsin basketball game over the weekend. Was it the Sunday evening game? Sunday afternoon? Oh, yeah. Whatever day it was, but I mean, the game's over, and the teams form up the handshake line, and all of a sudden things break out to more like a bench-clearing brawl. Good boy. somebody's going to be paying some fines. There's going to be some penalties, and there's going to be probably some suspensions. They probably divvied that out already. I hadn't heard. Hey, what the hell did you say about Big Sexy? I must have missed that.
I just said that. I read the article about a guy in northwest Arkansas that ran over somebody riding a bicycle, and I said I knew it wasn't that guy, newspaper guy, but I wasn't about to call nobody sexy that said the male persuasion. So that's the only thing I said. I could get smart with it, but I'll just leave it at that. If he takes offense to that, well, he got more problems than I know what to do with there. That ski guy in NASCAR, I don't really understand that. He just doesn't have a big enough redneck name for me, but I understand Bubba and Earl is the reason why Vladimir Putin is running into Ukraine there. I can say what they want to, but he wants that Earl they got there. And that blitz down there on I-10 in Arizona, that's not even going to affect that convoy. I think they're supposed to go up to Vegas and then down to Kingman and across. So I-10's all the way on the south side of
okay, so
Arizona.
I was
right
wondering about that. I
Mexico
didn't know if they'd be taking 10 or not. So, okay, well, that answers that.
Yep. Well, anyway, Sylvester, he can't just pick his phone up and call that 1844 number because that ain't going to work for him. He'd have to add some more money into that. They all want that money about making them long distance phone calls. Well, let's wind this thing up, Steve there. Let's keep this good radio show going. Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and the way to do that is to buy some Hot Shot Secret products. Get some sticks in the eliminator, everyday diesel, and all you people still running up there in that snow and ice, because I'm not. It's 68 degrees down here, down south, and don't forget to put Overnight Drive code in the checkout box to get your 10% discount. Make sure you buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products too there, a baseball cap, travel mug, T-shirt. Fill that travel mug up with some good old number 2 diesel black coffee there, and you women buy them T-shirts because I like seeing Steve's name all nice and perky looking and with the bright lights there. All right, have a great morning, Mr. Steve Summers, and we're going to get out of here, buddy.
Have a great day there, Knucklebuster. Speaking of Hot Shot Secret, of course, what do we got? Chris, not this Friday, but the following, March the 4th. Chris Gabrelchik is slated to join us once again for our monthly visit. And looking forward to actually opportunity to see Chris come the Mid-America Truck Show, March the 24th through the 26th. I believe Kyle told me that Chris is going to be at the show for Thursday and Friday. Then he'll have to exit stage left. Got somewhere else they've got to be on Saturday, so... Yeah, but Chris will be there the first couple days of the show and miss that final day. Yeah, don't forget, of course, haven't mentioned our friends at tncradio.live. As we're into week number 2 with the new platform there, you can listen to us live each night via tncradio.live or the tncradio.live app on your Android or your smartphone. Same with overnightriveradio.com. Of course, we've got the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube channel, the Overnight Drive Facebook page, the overnightriveradio.com audio stream. And, of course, on demand, if you can't catch us live, on all the major podcast services out there. Now, I think Kyle's going to be hitting the road or hitting the skies today. I don't think he ain't going to drive to South Georgia. He'll be taking a flight out. But getting underway here in a couple days, South Georgia Motorsports Park in Adel, Georgia. They're going to be kicking off, racing season's about to get underway once again. The Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 will be competing against some of the best gas cars in the country. So good luck as they're going to be attempting to, again, resetting their own world record, see if they can best their record there. And if you haven't jotted it down yet, of course, yes, Mid-America Truck Show, just around the corner. Hard to believe we're, a month and 2 days away. at the Kentucky Exposition Center, Louisville, Kentucky. Looking forward to seeing a lot of our friends who we haven't had an opportunity to see in person for essentially 3 years now. Now, Overnight Drive Radio will have our own booth in the North Wing. Booth number 16067. That's in the North Hall again. Hot Shot Secret, they'll have a bigger booth, like double the size, at booth number 12036, also in the North Hall. So we'll all be relatively close together there. But circle those booth numbers, stop by and see us. And all right, final, let's see, get one last check-in with, is that Horse Feathers?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. So, anyways, as far as Philip goes, I think he might have called Moose one too many times at 2:30 in the morning, and Moose might have reached through that phone line and popped his head off like a dandelion. But anyways, there, we just got done with 2 weeks of the China Olympics and all the sports net over there, but everybody forgets about the next 2 weeks of sports goes on with that whole ordeal there, and that's the Paralympics. They don't seem to put too much of that on TV there and that. And one last thing real quick, don't be messing around with the hazmats going down the highway there, because your gasoline and fuel haulers and that, because you mess around with them and they got this thing called domestic terrorism now, and it ain't a good thing to be. They ain't a good thing to be messing with there. So, anyways, just a heads up on that there, right? But anyways, I guess that's about what we got going for you here, and we're about here to the end. So I guess you can cue the closing credits there. Maybe Big Moose should put a closing song up for you.
There's an idea. All right. Hey, have a great day, Horse Feathers. You get to be our final caller this Tuesday morning, 222 of 22. It's Tuesday. Yeah, one final look here. Oil prices. Just going to be interesting see where prices go as the news continues to unfold. Russia, Ukraine. Brent crude traded at 98.88, so just under 99 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate at this hour, 95.61 per barrel. Will we break that $100 per barrel threshold for Brent crude? I'll put an ice cream sundae on the fact that it'll probably break $100 per barrel today. I just kind of see it coming. But with that, have a great day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Will it be hump day already? Indeed it will. And we'll have all the latest. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above, and nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I